Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the late arrival. I had to run over to the store real quick. Um, oh. Did you get more vinegar ready for our IPO? What IPO? Ding ding. Let's see. I think today's gonna be pretty flat. Get rid of these. Thank you, Spider. Merry Christmas to you too. Pickle Mariah giving me confusing feelings. Which is your favorite? The first 15 minutes of the trading day or the last 15 minutes? Oh, definitely the first 15 minutes. Okay, I just rewatched the eggplant debate. Your knowledge of banana anatomy is completely false. The weird bottom part is actually the top female flower, which is much easier to open from the flower. Fuck you, I'm opening my bananas from the stem. I don't care if it's easier to open the bottom. I'm not a bee. I'm not trying to access its pollen. It's ridiculous. Banana thud. 2.2 million FTDs for next week. Buckle up. Yep. Bro, what the heck? We bought Jamie Weeklies off the back of your daily TA and have been losing money ever since. My boss is going to fire me. Listen, JP Morgan, just hold your fucking options and wait, you impatient bitch. I'm not a bee. You need to try it and report back with an apology. No, I'm not. I refuse. I will remain ignorant on the easiest way to open a banana if that's what it requires. What would exercising a 1223 160C out of the money using sell to cover to at least nab a few shares make more sense than expiring worthless? Is that a thing? No. How would you sell to cover if it's out of the money? It has no value. You can't buy shares with $0. I told JP Morgan to hold their weeklies to expiry. Yeah, I'm holding all of my Januaries through the 28th. And then I'm going to roll them. I think my 200 Cs that expire today will print. Unlikely. But I got rid of my 220s and 200s. I'm just going to keep my 180s and see what happens. Yeah, I'm not going to, don't worry. I'm not going to be the guy that opens a banana from the bottom. It's like opening your banana from the bottom is equivalent to hanging your toilet paper roll upside down. Good morning, deep fried pickle. Praise VWAP. Can I be a quant now or an extremely liked bull mayo milker? I have no doubt of your bull mayo collection skills, the ghost of Dan. How do you feel about the poor man's covered call strategy? It's fine. My god tier DD regarding Gary Gensler being Rick of Spades has yet to be debunked. Change my mind. It's interesting. Have you posted anything in the Matt Core's is Rick of Spades channel? Like, is there a write up I can read? I'm holding all my weeklies until end of the day. Congratulations. Are you holding the 180s now through December? I'm just gonna hold them until the end of today. They're worth nothing. They're worth $10 each. So I'll just if the stock runs, they might be worth more. They might not. I'm holding the station. I'm holding the Januaries through the 28th because there is a chance that in that T+6 window that they will decide or be forced to cover. Are there any graphs anywhere of FTD data overlaid with price volume showing the adjusted time frame of expected impact from them? Yes. I believe we have some. You can reach out to like the quant people. I think they might have some of the FTD price overlay data. It may have some other things on there like open interest and options volume, but yesterday we were talking about SPY going up due to the SLD or something similar to that. Can you elaborate a bit? Yeah, as soon as the deposits are done and the supplemental liquidity deposit period is complete, they can start buying back into positions that they had to sell off in order to meet the deposit requirements. I only lost 15% this cycle. I'm getting good at this. Can't believe I have to use Ko-Fi for this. It's stock, not stem. Bananas grow up like corn. The brown part is the top. Bananas grow on a fucking tree. It's like a little tree. I do see that they're slightly upside down, but not all of them. Hold on. There are more important things going on here than. So I see what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. This is it's like a palm tree. It's not a corn stalk. Also, they're hanging upside down because of their weight. Now maybe something like this. I don't really know what that is, but is it a calzone and the peel and the salad outside of it? No, it's just a salad. Shills hate banana talk. That's because the other people in the Citadel building make fun of them for having to watch this all day. Let's say they rip it in power hour and it halts into closing at 220. Your options are in the money at that point. What happens Monday if you don't have the funds to exercise? You're fucked. So you're saying they rip it into power hour and then it halts? Let's just sell your option before 345. If it halts or you sell before 345, then it'll still open before market close, right? So if it halts at any time before this, it will open before close. If it halts, if and then if it hasn't halted, you can just sell your option at 345. You can sell it all the way during the run up into the halt too. Like if it starts to get too close to a halt, you can sell. So if it like one candle at 345, it goes up 6%. You can just sell right there before the halt occurs. You said we didn't see the Gex volume you were expecting in this window. What volume were you expecting? I didn't say we didn't see the Gex volume. I said we didn't see the exposure. So we didn't see any price action indicating gamma exposure. I don't think our volume's all that important anymore, and it's low. Um, even the in the event of a large amount of gamma exposure, the volume is minimal because they create it synthetically and only enough to cover what they need to. XRT short interest is 354%. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick up some calls. How do you not know? It means that the short interest is 354%. Do you think we could see a jump next week since there might be more volume? I feel volume in general in the market is light. Only 50 million volume in the SPY is referenced due to Christmas. We may see some improvement in the volume next week, but probably yeah. Usually not till after New Year's. Does the volume really pick back up a lot? Ooh, you outlined some of the Jamie FTD dates in January. Are these dates fixed where FTDs are due? Yes. And do they have to cover them on the specific day? For example, 112 and 120. They can cover before then. So they can cover at any point during T plus 35 or 35 calendar within that 35 calendar day window. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, man. If short hedge funds dodge this cycle exposure and instead smash the price by abusing ETFs, what's stopping them from doing it ad infinitum? Well, they've already burned 3 of the ETFs containing GME and put them on the reg show threshold list. ETFs are probably not overly fond of being on the reg show threshold list. It is a big signal to their investors that management of the fund is milking their investment and skimming profits off of the top, using creation to profit off of their holdings. Most of those investors are mutual funds, state pension plans, various 401k investments, things like that, long term holders, and institutional holders that will demand that the managers of the ETF perform their fiduciary duty and can issue a recall on the shares for the ETF. Um, Doing that would expose whatever short positions are hidden in the ETF. It's not like a stock where the investors have to recall the shares. The management can do it. People seem a bit negged out by flatness. It's the season of perpetual hope and miracles, my pickles. Let's make fun of AMC and take it as it comes. Thank you, Dancer. I appreciate that. Hold me close. Cat moving nicely. Yeah, cat's looking great today. I'm very happy I bought those calls. It's a beautiful stock. Chad Kroger has your graphs. Look at them. Does dodging the exposure mean more FTDs? Always. Thanks, Makund. I believe this one was made by David El Cinco Herrera. That's beautiful. How low does volume have to get for short hedge funds to lose their MM status? Has it ever been done before? Short hedge funds don't have MM status. Market makers have MM status. Not the same entity. Say hypothetically, someone and no, I don't think an MM has MMs have been pulled and other DMMs added, which is I think what you're referring to on the NYSE, but it's pretty rare. Say hypothetically, someone were to sell covered calls for next week. This is a good time for that, hypothetically, right? I don't think so. I think maybe hypothetically after the 28th. Your thumbnail will give me nightmares. Well done. As always, I appreciate what you do day in and day out. I hope you have a great and well-deserved Christmas break after one more day of watching our favorite stock. Thank you so much, Britton. I appreciate that. Spies were up for the past few days, and we were standing still on GameStop. Thoughts on that? Puts, mostly. In the money puts being used to stabilize the price at max pain. Not a lot of buy pressure, and thus we're not going to move with the market. Um, I'm sure our actual index is probably flatter. So 1,000. It's actually almost recovered all the way back up before it came back down. S&P 400. I mean, this is almost stabilized back where it was. I mean, it hasn't reached its previous peak, but um, is it mid cap growth that we're in? Yeah, we're underperforming our own indexes currently. So I would imagine price suppression, active price suppression was still in play. Um, I mean, you can see the massive amount of shorting used on GameStop in comparison. That sounds very exciting, P-Jets. If I'm something of a negative beta myself, be careful. We can see your banana DD behind you. What? Thanks, Dave's not her three man. Dave's not here. Okay. Back to banana talk. No, we have stocks to do. You expect down today? Maybe. And we're down about $4 from open. So speaking of which, we have a lovely break of 145 on AMD currently. Was anybody in on that from the Pickles picks? The AMD bounce? You want to be careful today because it can get rejected here. It can break out, but it could also get rejected and fall back down to the lower trend. So if you are in on it, I'd be watching it closely. How do 2 million ETF FTDs actually correlate to GME shares that need to be accounted for? How much volume could this be? It could literally be anywhere from 0 to 2 million. It tends the FTDs and ETFs tend to just they seem to be more heavily weighted towards GameStop, as GameStop's a liquid, right? And so the creation process is necessary there. Probably with many of the many of the creation baskets being made in order to just get the GameStop out. You can't sell on a halt. No, you can't. But you can sell right before it halts. If you hold in the money options through expiry, they get auto exercised even if you don't have the funds. Well, they attempt to exercise them. But you can just call them and tell them not to do that. Why are people holding options through their expiry? First of all, I don't understand why this is a fucking question. You outlined some GME FTD dates in January. Are these dates fixed where FTDs are due? And do they have to cover them on a specific day, for example? I feel like I answered that one already. Am I behind? Now that they've generated FTDs, the next one to capture the most exposure, Feb 18s, is possible they fail forward again. They can't fail the FTDs. Tell me right now, should we be excited for next week? I'm holding out hope, but I assume that they will fail because it is advantageous for them to do so. And there is no benefit to them just covering. I hold your Jan 21 C200 through until a Jan run or dumping and rebuying. I'm holding my Januaries. I made a video about this yesterday. I'm holding my Januaries until the 28th. Close the market on the 28th. And then I'm going to roll them all forward to February if nothing's happened. You see, Adam Aaron gave his shareholders money to Nicole Kidman. So if we drop to below 150, do you think that's a perfect time to put in a call for 150 next week? Financial advice. I mean, the current price point, which could go lower based on our trend, presents opportunity for buying in cheap into far dated calls. What's 2 plus 21? That's nothing. Who's the entity forcing the buying and who is doing the buying? Whoever the fail is due to are the ones that force the buying. Are you talking? So if there is a fail, wherever that fail is due, that is who forces the buy-in. I found that selling cover calls is a free money glitch as long as you're selling calls above your cost basis. Even if you get called, you still get some money. Is this correct? Um, it's not a free money glitch. There's risk involved, right? And that you get called away and the stock continues to run and you miss out on the upside potential of your shares. Can't they just push it to $40? I would be a billionaire in January if that would happen. There's some borrowing from Fidelity this morning. I think like 130,000 shares were borrowed. Since there's not the gamma exposure we hoped, does that mean that their high short interest or FTDs are not what we thought? I think there might be like a misunderstanding of what gamma exposure is. In order to create gamma exposure, you need lots of calls in the money, improperly hedged. Since they shorted the stock down 49% over the last 2 weeks, nothing was in the money. They shorted the stock lower than it had been basically all year, and likely lower than it had been since many of those calls were purchased. And not only did they short GameStop, they shorted the entire fucking sector down below its 1 year, like its 200-day moving average, which means that all of those stocks were priced lower than they have been in the last 200 days, meaning no exposure. And obviously no exposure from their failure for futures. Although we generally do expect to only see that in the FTDs that come due in January. But like all synthetic shorting, it generates FTDs. So delay the problem today and push it out 35 days. I mean, we're still seeing, we just saw another ETF pop up last night. One of the MSCI ETFs popped up. They're smaller ETFs, but they're getting burned at a rate that's concerning. That's 3 ETFs now in just this week. I'm sure we'll see more. It's likely we'll see inclusion of GameStop into the reg share threshold list at some point. Not right now because they're not borrowing GameStop shares yet, right? So the FTDs aren't on GameStop. Congratulations, Pickle Morty. Has it been since Citadel and Jane Street are net long on the stock as of Q3? Nope. Do you have the 13F? People are cash settling calls after no price action. Yeah. Oh, 120 early Jan. Feb 200 super cheap. Is there a price point, say 130, where you would roll options immediately from Jan to Feb rather than waiting until 1.5? I'm rolling all of my January options above $200 on December 28th, end of day. If you want to roll yours now, I don't care. This is all great news theoretically, but it doesn't mean a thing for the stock, as we can see. It doesn't mean anything for the stock today. We're not going to do shit today. We'll probably go down. Well, probably a bit more than we have already. Coffee. Leveraged S&P ETFs. No. Would you add some 950s at this price point to average down? Probably not. I would just buy further out. I wouldn't average down any January contracts. So what do we do now? We drop now until Jan. Also, how low can we drop? We're going to test the bottom again. Well, we have to see what happens in the ETF settlement window. If nothing, then yeah, we just keep dropping until January, like 9th, leading into the 10th. I would say we'd start to pick up some volatility. No, just the 10th. Maybe we'll see some price action on like the 7th, but probably just the 10th. Is T plus 13 for the threshold list calendar days or trading days? Is the T plus 13 for the threshold list calendar days? It's trading days. That's why it's T. T plus 13. Trading days plus 13. So yeah, 13 trading days. Why does Ivy climb so much? On 1223, 180, it's almost 400% up from 170. Further out of the money? I have no fucking clue. When did that happen? 180s. 180s are at 108%. Yeah. Do you think JPM and that guy on LinkedIn are seeing all the burned ETFs, which could be a catalyst for MOASS? I mean, yeah. I'm sure that JP Morgan's the prime for some of that price action as well. I still say my 210C are up on the day 100%. $2. Cool. What's the cost benefit on FTD exposure for ETF next week? Pay now at 150 or hope it dips to 120, $1 to $10, then settle at mark to market. What's the cost benefit on FTD exposure for ETFs next week? There's no FTD's exposure for ETFs next week. If they FTD those, it's going to carry out another 35 days. But yes, if there's arbitrage, they can take advantage of that. If the underlying is lower than when they sold it, then they're buying back cheaper, right? That's just a successful short, essentially. Are you going to talk about rolling to April instead of Feb? I don't have any intention of rolling February's until mid-January. And that's if nothing happens up until like the 20th of January. At which point, I mean, like, is the stock just dead if we've got an entire quarter with no movement? She's probably saying we could hit 148 or 139 and bounce. Okay, that seems about right. I have stop losses at 135. I just sell with a small loss in case we drop lower. Why would you have stop losses? That random guy? I, that's clearly a lesson not learned. Is it normal for new open strikes Feb 4s to have such a wide bid-ask spread? If so, why? New open strikes. Yeah, those are weeklies, so there's not a lot of open interest. Without liquidity, the spread will remain pretty wide. Can they do the same techniques to massively short the stock down so January doesn't happen? No. Okay, listen. If they short the stock, it creates FTDs. Shorting, creation, whatever. Covering gamma exposure. So if they bring it down in order to avoid exposure, they create FTDs. If they cover the exposure, they create FTDs. You guys are just falling for the game. I don't know if it's that you don't understand, and I'm trying to determine this because I can explain it. Do you not understand how the gamma exposure works? So if this is the zone where they have gamma exposure, and they short the price of the stock under it, then their exposure is minimized, right? Because many of these options are no longer in the money. They are out of the money. Hence, no exposure. That means these options are not getting exercised. They are not hedging them, right? There's no delta hedge, so there's no synthetics used to delta hedge because the delta value has dropped like a tank, right? But in the process of doing this, they create shares. Their shares then FTD. So they either FTD before or they FTD during. If the gamma exposure and the delta sensitivity were as high as we thought, had they run the stock, it would have ripped, right? Based on Yelya's delta sensitivity model, every 5% gain would have netted like 800 something percent delta hedging. So they would have had to have hedged 800% for every 5% gain in the underlying. So their best bet facing that kind of gamma ramp is to short it under the ramp. Drive the price down as much as they feasibly can. And in doing that, they create FTDs. There's no solution for them not to create FTDs because the stock is illiquid. The stock cannot be bought and sold at market in any significant quantity without creating a lot of volatility. I mean, our volume over the last 2 weeks was some of the highest volume we've seen on GameStop since earlier this year, and it was all short, synthetic short volume. Is now a good entry for cat or too late? I think you missed the window on that. You could try to play the upside of 210. I would give yourself a lot of time. And it's risky. It tends to get rejected there. You know, it's had 1, 2, 3, 4 tests of 5 tests now. So 5 cycles I've played this drop below 200. And let's see. I could easily get rejected again before breaking out. So it's risky to play the upside of 210. It broke out here a few weeks ago, back in early November. But that's been the only breakout outside of this channel. So, yeah, I would say that this isn't the best buy-in point. But it could, and the upside potential is huge. So when I look at calls on cat, I tend to buy very far out. It's a slow moving stock, but if it starts to break out, you want to be already in on it. Can Jimmy theoretically benefit from a significant influx of retail share purchasing, or do the exposure windows play the most significance for future upward price movement? Every time retail buys a share, if the stock is as liquid as we think, it creates an FTD. 1 share for 1 FTD. That share is synthetically created via bona fide market making in order to provide liquidity, and an FTD is born. I just added 5 XRT calls. That might not be a bad idea. Clippy, clip this. Okay. Has Yaya's model cooled off since that spike? I don't know. I'm not in like constant contact with her. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. If you're being held hostage by Superstack or being forced to say these words, blink twice. Yeah, they pulled a limbo. Exactly. I said it before, I'll do it again. You make too much sense. Great explanation. Clip it. I did. FTDs create the up spikes where they cover at T plus 35. Couldn't they slowly cover some at T1, 2, through T35 to spread out the FTD dates over a long period of time? Yeah, but consistent buying pressure on GameStop, we all know what that does, right? It just drives the price up, and by driving the price up, they bring interest in, which further reduces liquidity and creates more interest and more volatility. We've seen them try to drive the price up slowly in the past, right? Like it's not like this isn't something they've tried before. And they lose the least money, I think, actually, by running it really, really fucking hard, really fast. Because if GameStop starts trading at $250 for days on end, people are gonna notice, right? Like, what the fuck is this stock up $100? It's not something the market's gonna ignore for long. If it goes up to 250 and crashes, and it's like, oh, okay, GameStop's still just doing weird shit. Doesn't Delta sensitivity spike usually get followed up by a big short campaign and then a little after FTD cycle maybe rips? Yeah. Yeah, the Delta sensitivity spike last year and throughout this year has always been in advance of price action. Thanks, Dan Simlerman. This is a lot of people want me to be like, oh, the theory's wrong, but the theory allows for this, right? Like, if we know that they use synthetics to avoid exposure, then we know that any moment of exposure creates FTDs, and that's what the foundation of what the thesis was built on. If they don't roll forward future contracts, they create FTDs. If they don't properly hedge, they create FTDs. If they synthetically hedge, they create FTDs. And by buying the far dated options contract, we guaranteed that their hedging and their avoidance of that hedge and whatever manipulation or fuckery they did to try to avoid that massive wall of delta and gamma exposure would create more FTDs and further compound their problem within the time frame where that problem is created. Cat might break 210 this time. Kramer recently told boomers to buy. Son of a bitch. That means it's going to go down in like 3 days. If you were trying to build up more shares, how would you balance options versus buying raw shares? If I was attempting to increase my position in anything, I would probably be looking at and I thought it was going up, right? Yeah, I'm assuming that you're bullish on the underlying. I'd be looking at like far dated leaps at or near the money, probably at the money, and I would be probably I would say about 10% of my capital into that, and then the remaining into shares. 10 to 20% of my capital into leaps, and then the remaining into shares. That's not a hard and fast rule, but that's a like a kind of a general approach. Where do you like to go to look at options flow data? I like Shift Search a lot because it's free. Unusual Whales is fine. Both of those are pretty solid. There's some, free platforms and stuff that have a little bit of historical options data, but not a lot. TDA has it. If you want to try to scrub their uh, API, they don't like a lot of requests, so you have to kind of do it slow. But it's they have all the data for the most part, and it's mostly available. If you're trying to build up more shares, how would you balance options? Sorry, I answered that. So it's highly unlikely that we don't see any price action until the 20th of January. No, we have FTDs coming in on the 10th. ETF FTDs. I can show you out here. Do I have that open? Hold on, I have to open. Merry Christmas, Garrick. Here's to MOASS 2022. Thanks for everything you do. All the best to you and yours during the holiday. Cheers. Thank you so much, Dominic Joseph. All right. So there was something I thought about this morning that I guess I should address also, and maybe something that, you know, we should have factored in or didn't factor into this, is that Ryan Cohen's buy-in last year was right here. And so it may have, it may have reversed the trend of shorting this cycle down, right? And it may have increased the exposure that they had to cover going into this December ETF leap date, right? Um, and so, yeah, I mean, Ryan Cohen's buy-in last year may have had uh, a substantial effect on the price action that we saw last year going into the December exposure period. It may not have, but as you can see, as soon as they start to fail, that's when, you know, the January sneeze began, right? That's when that anomaly window started, and it ran all the way through their fails, and it came down here, right? Um, and this was due to the cash settling of options. So as soon as people started cash settling their weeklies that expired basically right here on the 27th, 28th, you know, the stock tanked right after that buy button got turned off and people started panic selling out of their contracts. They no longer had to hedge. They were able to flip their position and begin shorting. Had those options been further out, you know, obviously these other FTD dates would have factored in, which they did not. We now have an FTD window from the massive amount of shorting that occurred during this time period. And it's hard to see because it's not scaled. 1 second, but you know, we can expect this, basically this whole fucking thing. Um, and it's, you know, some of the ETFs have ended up on the threshold list, but some of the larger ones that contain GME have still been shorted like crazy. They're just not enough to get on the threshold list yet, right? So like some of the like IJR and stuff like that is at like 50% short interest, and it's normally not super high, you know. It's not like XRT where it's always got, you know, 200 to 600% short interest. And so, you know, we're going to see an inverse action of this when, you know, those creations fail. And so even compared to last year's, and we don't really know how hard they borrowed from the ETFs last year. We're gonna look into it and see if, you know, this exact same pattern occurred last year and it was only upset by Ryan Cohen's buy-in. But ultimately, all of the creation here, unless it's covered, you know, out here on the 27th, where we do have GME FTDs, by the way. I don't know how significant they'll be, but we do have GME FTDs on the 27th. That's actually our first FTD date. Those are FTDs created from the November run. Um, but we don't know if this was the exact same thing that happened last year, but we're going to find out. If it was, you know, then those FTDs obviously had an effect on last year's January window. If not, then there's even more FTDs this January than last January. You underestimate your importance in the Jamie saga. You're entirely right in your cycle theory, and short hedge funds can't let that show at any cost. They're almost out of options. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Bones. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're bullish on my theory too. It's nice. Per your screen card, how much junk you got in your trunk? I got all kinds of junk in my trunk. No, literally, I need to clean my car out. How long before XRT is off the reg list? Who the fuck knows? It can be on there forever. Overstock.com was notoriously on the reg show threshold list for a few years. Thanks, Panda Dude. So it's highly unlikely we won't see any price action until the 20th of January. I answered that extensively. Okay, sing it with me, kids. Thoughts on slow cookers? I like mine more than my 150 Febs. Are we pricing in the NFT marketplace? Fuck no. How safe are April 250s? Safer than February 250s? Follow up. That means that gamma sensitivity spike, delta sensitivity spike, could be what scares them into shorting, causing the FTD pileup from that date. Yeah. The theory allows for it to go up, down, or sideways. Yeah, it does. The theory is more like an experiment at this point. The wheels seem to be in the motion. The idea behind the theory was to create a framework to understand their manipulation, right? Um, it wasn't necessarily created to predict the effects of that manipulation. It does, um, but it was created to create a framework on which we like a lens which we could view GameStop and understand what the fuck is going on. Um, and it does that. When we have these periods, we have an immediate effect. Whether we run or we don't run, we have a noticeable effect in direct correlation with that period of time, right? So, we expect exposure on the 17th of December and they short the fuck out of the stock in advance, right? And while it may not be the movement that we want, obviously, because we want to make money, it is a relevant movement when they're spending billions of dollars shortening an entire sector into a specific date. And that allows us to explore more possibilities for why they're doing it, how they're doing it, right? And so we can look at the options chain and we can look for in the money puts. We can look at the ETFs and look at the amount of shares being borrowed per day. We're triggering things that are highly unusual, like ETFs being added to the reg show threshold list. And it's not like there's no effect defined, right? The effect is what it does is allows us to narrow our search instead of just sitting there and going, I don't know, they just shorted the stock 40% in a couple weeks and now it's dead. Which is what they want us to think. Now we understand that there's no way to do that without using the SEC lending pool that doesn't create FTDs. I appreciate the fact that you treat variations in your predicted price actions as opportunities to learn more instead of getting discouraged. I am more excited than ever for what January has in store for us. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas by Polar Bear. Thank you, man. Follow up. That means against. Theory is more like an experiment at this point. I don't think they like those 1.1K at 155 Cs. Probably not. In January 21, there are 136,000 puts at 50 cents. What does it mean? Are they hiding the FTDs? So, for a long time, people thought that they were hiding the FTDs by using a married put calls. So, essentially, marrying a put and call contract, exercising to create shares, and then using those shares to satisfy FTDs. We don't have any evidence of call side open interest equivalent to that put interest. We do have evidence that those are the exact puts needed to hedge a variance swap. And to hedge a variance swap, they create a replicating basket of options contracts that track the variance and effectively hedge against their variance swap position. If you want to know more about that, you can check out Zinco 83's DD variance volatility and dispersion. Oh my. It really goes deep into the variant swaps, how they're being used, and the relationship between them and the replicating baskets. Was August FTDs or GEX? GEX. Burry was further out. I think Burry was out of GameStop when Ryan Cohen made his second purchase. But Burry caused the share buyback that likely trapped a significant chunk of the short position underwater. Will the FTDs be as plentiful without RC buying? I mean, based on the amount of synthetic shares created in ETFs over the last 2 weeks, I would say the FTD should be pretty plentiful. If you can't exercise, but say you can buy like 30 shares after you sell your call, is that like exercising in terms of pushing them into the buying market? Yes. Right. The beauty of exercising, even if you're only capturing a small amount of the available shares in your contract, is that those shares can't be satisfied with bona fide market making. So if you buy a share at market, uh, through your brokerage, the market maker will make you a share, and probably create an FTD. But if you exercise a contract, the the seller of that contract is supposed to have it hedged, and they have to get a share for you. And ideally, that's occurring at a moment when shares are very scarce. Clip. I don't know what I'm clipping, but I'll clip it. Well, certain carols not demonetize you. Like I know you can play Mariah's Christmas songs, so what about public domain carols or instrumentals just as low volume background music? I have no idea. Any insight into Turdford's most recent TD? I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet. The market, the ETF heartbeat one. I understand some of the basis of it because I've spoken with them a lot, but I haven't read it yet. I was gonna read it like tonight or tomorrow over the holidays. Melvin was still diligently shorting GME at $5. The original shorters are thousands of percent underwater. GME is a turnaround story, and you need to be patient for it to fully play out. The fundamentals will win. Thank you, Keith Gill. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm gonna hold my GME holdings for a long time. Oh, I don't care about that, Jay. Um, You're just 5 minutes behind. I know. How does Gex get replicated like that and not dodged? Just a combination of the FTDs. I think they make an assessment when approaching a exposure window of cost of delta, cost of exposure. And if the failure of that is cheaper, they will go with that option. So if it's cheaper for them to short, right, and suffer the consequences of the FTDs than to run the stock into a massive amount of delta sensitivity. But here's the thing: everyone's buying far dated contracts, even institutions right now. No one's buying, heavily with early, right? Like the weekly interest on GameStop is drying up. Institutional interest is piling up in far dated calls. And so that delta sensitivity is remaining, right? So they're trying to suppress the price below the point of that sensitivity, in order to avoid having to push forward that delta hedge. And they can only do that for so long, right? And the further out that that delta is, the more consistent the risk it presents. If they're writing naked calls, and when you're writing naked calls, and the delta sensitivity is that high, the risk of upside movement is immense. And so yeah, you can assume that, and this is what I was talking about a couple weeks ago, in regards to the VW squeeze. That's why we see the price drop so hard going into short squeezes, is because they're trying to avoid the squeeze, right? They're pushing down to avoid all of that naked open interest and delta sensitivity to the upside, because once it starts running, that's it for them, right? It gets out of control very, very quickly. This is one of the reasons Tesla on much lower short interest, but one of the reasons Tesla ran so hard was Tesla had constant leap interest. The leap interest on Tesla has always been massive, right? Lots of long-term institutional investors with lots of far out open interest, right? And so once Tesla started running, it never really stopped. Oh, I know they haven't covered. So hypothetically, if someone wanted to buy, say, 100 shares, 500 shares, the best way to buy would be in the money weekly and exercise. Yep. Also, by exercising, you guarantee that those 100 shares print to the market. They also can't be dark pooled, which is like an aside, I guess, but it's good to know. Um, but yeah, and also there's arbitrage opportunities when you're looking at um, deep in the money calls like that. So if you're like buying a deep in the money call and exercising it, sometimes you can actually, the cost of the contract plus the exercise can actually be cheaper than the cost of the shares at market. You have to do a little math and pay attention, but yeah, it's possible. Are they allowed to? They cannot FTD. It is a forced buy-in. They have T+2. That's the other beauty of it, is like when you buy a share at market, they can be FTD'd. But when you exercise a call, there is no option for FTD. Your broker will demand that those shares are bought. It's a forced buy-in, so T+2 to settle, no extension. So there is no FTD. Now they can go to an ETF. They can create those shares. They can give those created shares to you, right? But now they've then, by doing that, going through that process, they've doubled or greater their losses. Update Reddit, son of a bitch. I forgot to. My bad. When you exercise an option, what happens if the market maker... SPY looks like it's going to continue up. Tesla had some more upside today. Looks good. Oh, I called that one. SPY looks bullish. It looks like it's going to continue its trend for now. If my call is down 80%, is it better to let it run and hope that we hit 210 by the 7th? I mean, you can wait for the rest of the ETF settlement window. I think that's probably your best bet, or that December 27th FTD date for GameStop, and we might see some volatility or some price action. Thanks, Mark Scarlett. Do you think that the tactics that MM is currently utilizing to kick the can is common knowledge among the short hedge fund MM community? So say we reach out to a retired market guru, they should be able to identify what's happening easily. Possible. I don't know how common the ETF creation was before, 2015. I don't know how long they've been exploiting ETFs in that manner. So I guess it would depend on how long ago they were in the market. I've talked to some guys that worked, at bigger funds or, did risk assessment in the past. But, it wasn't really a lot of the tactics. These tactics weren't super common back then. Those are still the days of using like married put calls to clear FTDs and things like that. Can you explain Reg Show or point me to a clip where you explain it? You can just Google it. There's a very easy definition, very easy to find definitions. Girk, thank you. These are the two things that so many people don't understand: that exercising options forces their hand versus buying on the open market and allowing them to FTD. If you keep digging a hole deeper, eventually you can't get out. Yep. I remember you reading us a passage from an article or report stating that ETFs like XRT were shorted well over 100%. The FTDs are not being settled. This was several years old. Do you have anything that indicates that they won't be able to get out of these ETF FTDs? Well, it's known. Changes were made. And at the time, XRT wasn't put on the Reg Show threshold list. So even they were doing that. So if we know that they're illegally netting shares from ETFs, like skimming these shares off of ETFs, with no it wasn't the FTDs that weren't being recovered. There were no FTDs being created. And now the system, they did, if you read the notes at the end of that, they did make changes to the system, so those were FTD'd, right? So that same process isn't completely possible anymore. They can still borrow an FTD, but the FTDs will show up now. It's in the management's responsibility to handle that. The investors in those ETFs now know that this is going on in their ETFs, right? Their ETFs are now on the reg show threshold list, and they're going to want to, they're going to demand action, from the fund managers, and the fund managers will burn the active participants right before they admit fault to skimming off the top. And those active participants are, people like Melvin, Citadel, Susquehanna, 0.72. I don't think 0.72, actually. Susquehanna. All the people on the stream need to post the thing about buying weekly and the money options and then exercising. It would have an effect. Hard to get people to do it or even understand how that works. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Still rings true. The only hope they have to escape their insane short position is to get retail to lose hope. Yep. DJBD, you mentioned being at the beginning of a squeeze, possibly yesterday. It was a couple weeks ago. Are you going to elaborate a little more? I think I'm going to write a DD on it over the holidays. Um, yeah. Thank you for the donation. Um, what happens if you exercise a contract and the value of the contract is more than the exercise price? You lose whatever profits would be had there. So whatever implied volatility or intrinsic value profits you have in excess of the value of the strike, you would lose. But you get the shares. Daniel Taylor Hamwich. What is this? Oh, fuck yeah. That looks dope. Is that a Wacom? Oh, you don't have to buy me anything, man. That's silly. You don't have to do that. You need to save your money for SPY 0 DTEs. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's very nice. That's super cool. Even if options place fails, we don't see desired action in Jan. This isn't a winning game for short hedge funds. Buy and hold still guaranteed that will take longer than most of us had hoped. Huh. I agree. I don't know who would throw one of those out. XRT has been shorted like 300%. Yeah, it has. But it hasn't been on the reg show threshold list, right? Longtime lurker here, been upvoting and listening to you almost every day since you shorted the Lara bar. Thank you for being here. It means a lot. Thank you, Veskin. I appreciate that, man. Cool. Manana P. Do you think they will continue to use married put calls to temporarily cover the FTDs they made during this cycle? I don't think they use married put calls. I don't think we have any evidence in the options data of married put calls being used. The SEC is very aware of that manipulation tactic. No one's doing it. It's old. It's like I mean, it's using married put calls is the equivalent of like sending the SEC a Nigerian prince letter, right? Like everyone knows that it's a scam. They know what's going on. Like it's not. It's they're not going to get away with that. They're not going to use it. It's not effective. No, the market's closed tomorrow. And an observation of Christmas. So XRT has to run. I think so. Did you DRS? No. Growing your hair out again? I mean, not cutting it, which is my normal. Like, I cut it and then I don't, and then I cut it again. If T plus 35 FTDs fall on 1224, do those have to be covered 1223 or 1227? T plus 35 FTDs fall on 1224. Do they have to be covered 1227? Market open on 1227. right? What day is 12/27? Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah. Market open 12/27. So yeah, if a calendar day would fall on a holiday, it instead falls on the following day at market open. How much time do you put into DD a week? I don't know, like 20 hours maybe. Some weeks more. Some weeks it's ridiculous. I know when we were pushing out the MOASS trilogy, I was, doing the stream and then I was writing the DD until like 5, 6 in the morning. So like another like 14 hours after the stream was over. Do you know if the MOASS button will work? Have you had it tested yet? No, we can't test it. You can just test it one day. What's going on with the SPY? Sideways action, but it looks like a flat line. It's hit a resistance. I think it's gonna break up. Yeah, I think I answered this before. I said it was looking bullish when it started to turn around on the EMA 30 here. It looks good. I think next resistance on the SPY is there's none. It's just gonna, I think it's just gonna rip. Probably in the next couple weeks we'll see it testing its previous trend. So like 483 around that level. There's a lower trend line that I've deleted that it needs to test first, and it runs it kind of runs like right through here, I believe. So 172, it should run into some resistance. But if it breaks through that, yeah, I would expect to see, I'm sorry, not 472. If it breaks through the 472.50 zone, I would see 483, 480 would be the next big resistance. So psychological 475, 480. I bought some calls after SLD for the SPY, so we'll see if it keeps going up. We need a song. Let's go play something. I get paid every 2 weeks. So I have money coming in for options to gex these hedge funds. They will continue to run out of money. Buy, hold XRT, engage the pincer. And XRT is unfortunately not the only ETF, and it's not even the largest ETF containing, or the largest holding in an ETF. If brokers have to deliver, like the Vanguard Total Market ETF, I think has like 1 million something shares of GameStop. If brokers have to deliver 100 shares and exercising a contract, why not exercise just barely out of the money options instead of buying at market price and causing FTDs to put pressure on MMs? Some brokerages won't let you exercise an out of the money contract. I mean, they will, but they'll fight you on it. But you can get shares cheaper than market by playing the arbitrage on the bid ask spread in deep in the money calls. So if you want to buy 100 shares, technically the best way to do it would be to buy a deep in the money weekly call and exercise it immediately. So like a $10 call or a $5 call, something like that. Like if you want to buy 100 shares and you want to guarantee that the receipt of those shares does not create an FTD, can you make fun of me for selling 150s on the downtrend and immediately having to roll them to 167.50s for next week, generating possibly another GFV? Thanks. Oh, you greedy son of a bitch. I would have rolled it much higher. It doesn't cost more than buying 100 shares outright. Actually, if you net the arbitrage on in the money calls, you can frequently get calls where your cost premium plus exercise is less than market price. Very, very frequently, this opportunity is available. You have to watch the in the money call contracts, and it takes a little bit of work. It's not so easy as just buying 100 shares, but which broker do you use? I use a lot of brokers. For what? Anything specific? Oh, merry birthday. I hope you and your family have a great one. Cheers, Gramps. Thanks for all the work you do. Appreciate it, Bob P. Thank you so much. Nigerian BlackRock intern put their pickle on a jar. Morning, my fellow American. I have a broker account with 30 million GME shares from options sold to retail investors. I'm unable to sell my shares because I work for BlackRock. I want to transfer my shares into your account with urgency before MOASS. Please fax your social security number. Thank you. XRT was 600% short. Yep. If T plus 35 FTDs fall on 12/24, okay, answered that. Did I miss something? If you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? Oh, I would capture it. I'm big on the capturing of moments and opportunity. Jeff the Privileged. Also, mom spaghetti. Because I look nervous on the surface, but I'm calm and ready. If I buy deep in the money calls, will my cost basis show as way lower? If so, bullish. I mean, you can lower your cost basis that way, yeah. Higher rolling would have been... Rolling higher would have been a debit. Oh, moon. What did MM sell deep in the money options? Well, they don't necessarily, right? Usually deep in the money options are used as part of like a debit or a credit spread. So that's why they're available, generally speaking. I would bet some of Reddit would be 100% fall for the BlackRock Ko-Fi. Oh, you think they'd fall for it? I'm ready to eat more mom spaghetti. Geminam. What's up, Critical Hits? Can I get around to GFE nonsense with a margin account? Sure. The fact that you have your entire position in one account still blows my mind, man. Why don't you just move the shit around? So you can have like a covered call account where you don't risk your entire fucking position every time you decide to sell covered calls, and then we bounce. WeBull is finally showing IV for some Feb strikes. Yes. If nothing happens between now and the 25th, I will be so confused and not have a clue where we stand with this. Same. I would be very put off. Just bought an 85C for AMC next week. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you've just thrown money away. Merry Moasmus to everyone. Thank you, Josh Proctor. Merry Moasmus to you. So far, dated contracts held after the expiration dates of those quarterlies have a better chance of going in the money. So far dated, yeah. I mean, historically on GameStop, if you'd held contracts that extended a month or more past the end of any quarter, you would have had big profits every time. Oh, Moon There's leverage. Who? Why? Greedy son of a bitch. Well, first of all, you can sell cash secured puts instead of selling shitty covered calls and making bearish bets on GameStop. And you always pick the worst fucking times to do it. You're like, oh, moment of uncertainty. Let me sell some covered calls. Could the stock rip Monday and Tuesday? I'm going to sell some covered calls into that. I'd say next week flat. I said I was holding my January contracts out through the 28th. With no run-up and possible but somewhat less than likely chance there's rippage before January 10th, the realization RC's buy. Can you talk about how you view windows to buy calls low? I mean, it's the same, right? Like our current opportunity to buy calls, I think, is amazing. I think IV is fairly low, provided we don't see any movement from now through January 10th, which we may see a little, but maybe not a lot. Yeah, that means that we have a pretty flat period where nothing's going on. I don't expect us to rip during that time frame. It could, right? I mean, it defies, like, they can cover FTDs early. They could start covering FTDs today if they wanted to. So, if you're at historically low pricing and decent IV, that's a good time to be looking at long dated options. I think our current price point is a good opportunity. Is it the best opportunity that we're going to see in the next couple of weeks? Maybe not, but it's still a good opportunity. I mean, trying to buy the peak of a dip is equivalent to trying to sell the peak of a squeeze, right? Like it's just luck. Some people will nail it, some people won't. But ultimately, it doesn't matter if we expect to realize prices far higher, right? Especially if you're buying contracts that are below $200 right now. The odds of us going back above 200 are pretty high. Are you still holding January calls? I'm holding all of my January calls through next week. I sold off my weeklies except for my 180s. I'll hold those through today in case something crazy happens. I don't think it will, but it could. Moon was never banned. If I get assigned, it's on you as my financial advisor. I'm not your fucking financial advisor. DFE will have a very different Christmas this year. This is true. Is there any mechanism stopping them from just continuing to roll FTDs forever? No. Pressure. If the FTDs are high enough, if retail has bought enough options to sufficiently spike FTDs, then they can't net them out. And that creates an FTD squeeze, which is what began the price action we saw last year. You need all these. I mean, if you want to squeeze a stock from a fundamental level, you need all these little catalysts to fire off, right? We talked about this yesterday. I know someone clipped it. I tweeted it. So that increase in open interest creates more FTDs, which creates an FTD squeeze. Once the stock starts running on an FTD squeeze, that creates a gamma ramp. As the price of the underlying goes up, more delta hedging is required. We know delta sensitivity is very high, so lots of hedging required for small moves in the underlying. As that continues up, that hedging increases, and that can then lead to many of those contracts being deep in the money. Once those contracts are deep in the money, they can be exercised. If those contracts are then exercised, that creates lots of gamma exposure, which creates a gamma squeeze. If the gamma squeeze takes off and there's sufficient pressure from options exercising, right, and the price gets high enough to put destabilize those futures contracts that are holding that long-term short position and damage any current short positions, we can see margin calls begin to fail. And short hedge funds start to go under. And as they go under, their positions will become exposed. And those positions will have to be covered. And that is a short squeeze. So it's chilly outside. Can you ban Moon, please? His degeneracy is eclipsing my own, and it's not right. At what price point would you start to sell some shares? After a peak and consolidation, if it fell below my stop limit. I have no fucking idea what price that would be at. I don't hold much hope for price action in the near term. Gherk 2021 response. Yeah, because I think that it's in their benefit to fail. That doesn't mean that they will. That doesn't mean that fucking XRT and these other ETFs aren't going to recall their fucking shareholding in T+6. Volatile underlying. Stop selling covered calls, you fucking degenerate. I'm sorry. I tried to be serious. I'm still in awe with your patience with answering the same questions every day. You've never addressed the question before, by the way. What software are you using to trade? I'll make me buy more far dating calls. Can we get a market mechanic tier list? Oh, I missed a Ko-Fi? I'm sorry. I was ranting about shit. Citadel intern. We're having a Christmas party soon at Power Hour. Please turn off your laptops. There's nothing to see here. Move along. Gary Gensler was invited to our Christmas party. Ho ho ho. Also, please ban Moonwind. He's up to something. Citadel intern. Thank you, Citadel intern. I appreciate it. As always, thanks for the continuous support of the stream from Citadel and BlackRock. It's appreciated. 235K borrowed today on 526K volume. Youch. Sorry if I missed this, but with them failing yesterday, today is the next best date to capture all of this Feb 18s. What? Can you just rewrite that whole sentence and I'll try to answer it. I misspoke on the IV for call options earlier. 185Cs has climbed from 170% to almost 400%. What the fuck are you? I don't see that. Like the 185Cs for today are at 161.38% IV down the garbage. Not even at 170. Merry Christmas, Nathan. We're in the office for a week and a half, so I won't be watching daily. I just want to say thanks for your continued dedication, hard work, and top-notch edutainment. You're welcome, man. Mom, Pickles said we need to cash some FTDs for giving out this D-ramp to Grandma Squeeze so we can have MOASS. I want for Christmas Moonwind to get banned. Moonwind, I'm gonna highlight this for you. You gotta read the fine print, bro. Merry Christmas, Kirk, and everyone else, even you, Moonwind. Thank you, NW. Not BlackRock. We invited Gary to our Christmas party. We keep calling away Moonwind's calls. Thanks, Moon. About 50 shares at 146.10. Are you proud of me? That's a damn good entry price. Can you give us a quick summary of what you think went down this week and what it means for January? I think they shorted the stock. Well, fuck that. Not the stock. The entire sector under the intra-year low in order to dodge the gamma exposure for quad witching on the 17th. In doing so, I think they've created even more FTDs moving into January. No, he's selling covered calls. I'm curious when MOASS and Citadel goes up in flames, would the employees who lose their jobs have difficulty finding new ones due to association, or would it not matter? Probably. If that happens. Not MOASS, but Citadel going up in flames. Last night, someone in the Discord mentioned a term that we haven't discussed here before, delta hedging. Oh, goddamn, yes, we have a user. When will people understand that a 1-218 C510 has a delta of 11? So buying one contract for $350, the MM needs to buy 11 shares at $150 equals 1.650 or 1,650 in shares if they delta hedge properly. I don't know. It'll happen eventually, though, Willem. If I keep explaining it, someone will get it. Jay Gills, your vote to ban Moonwind is noted. Clip that. We can't read. Oh man, I choked out my coffee. It's down the wrong way. I have no idea how much we've shorted, and at this point, I'm afraid to ask. Thank you, Citadel intern. Just ignore it, okay? Can you say up? Yeah, up. Does gradual run up on max pain over the next 3 weeks have any relevance to the potential price we could see short term? 155, 160, 165. Yes. If we close out today above max pain, that would be very interesting leading into next week. Can you clip yourself in the process of clipping the clip? I've done that before, I think. In your humble opinion, how long till GME goes burr? Oh, I'd say about a month. Should we expect a run on January 10th? Yes, that's a ETF FTD date. At what point does Dillard's become a Pickles pick and a real play? Dillard's, interesting, very very interesting. Gen 950s are $27, 29. Correction. You down to short some ETFs with me? I'm about to DM you something fun. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Aren't they gonna rip before they burn though? Citadel employees are already having issues with getting new jobs. Sorry, man, I'm just losing hope. Seems to always be some kind of reason why it doesn't run. It's really stressful. I understand. We've been expecting something so many times this year, but nothing happens. I mean, I don't know if this helps, but if you talk to anybody who's held AMD long term, they went through quite an extended period of running up to $12 and then back to $9 and then up to $12 and back to $9. It was rough holding the stock during, and you felt like you should have just sold, and then eventually market realized value. You've shorted over 224%, bruh. You haven't even seen the news. I see what's going on. ATP has the IV mid super high. Interesting. 180 at 316.38. That's so weird. Is ATP just having issues with options data again, like they did yesterday? Thank you, Justin. Merry Christmas to you too, man. What point does Dillard's become a Pickles pick? Most of us have the memory of a goldfish. Breathing your coffee does not equal MOASS. Would you consider an explain like I'm five, step by step buying of an options contract? I have cash, but not confident in the process. No worries if not. Cheers and Merry Moasmas. Nick, so that is the issue with that is that it's going to be specific to your brokerage. Like a step by step guide would be specific to the brokerage that you're using. Your best way to find that information is to look up your brokerage and how to buy and sell options within that brokerage. Usually, the brokerage will have their own educational material or videos that kind of guide you through that process. If not, you can find many videos on YouTube that will explain that to you. If you don't have experience with options, unless you're getting something very far dated and very near the money, I would avoid them. The risk is high if you don't understand how to buy and sell them, transact them, roll them. You're really, I wouldn't look at anything nearer term. I would be looking at like far dated leaps to offset that risk and give yourself some time to learn while your contract accrues value. 224%. Why would we go over the legal limit? Do you think Kevin bought Dark Souls from GME? Is that why we hate GME? Pickle, help me out here. I don't know what you guys are fucking arguing about. What do you think about the reverse repo theory? Garbage. Although Citadel probably massively short the treasury market. And that might have something to do with reverse repo, but not GameStop. Bold prediction, we will end the day green. But this is a bold prediction. Current max pain's 155, I believe. I'll double check it again in case it shifted. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, 155. How do you think you will know MOASS started and time for you to stop your stream? I'll be looking for a cleared order book. So if the ask side of the order book is cleared and the price is continuing to go up, and the bid is jumping, that's gonna be an indication that we've entered a short squeeze. One of many, but that's the primary one I'll be looking for. So you see all these orders in the ask side of the order book during a short squeeze, these will disappear. As buy pressure becomes so high and sell pressure is low, yeah, we won't be seeing a very filled ask side of the order book. We'll see orders come in, sell orders, but intermittently. That will indicate that they're searching for shares desperately. Will you keep streaming after the squeeze is over? Probably not. If I make if GameStop hits 10,000, I don't think I ever have to work again. If it hits 100,000, I never have to do anything again. If it hits in the millions, first time joining you on stream. I've been in the Genie since early Feb with an average cost of $485.45 per share. Was curious to know if FTD still play any role in the price movement. They create volatility, and with our illiquidity the way it is now, they do create upside pressure. Yeah. I just got here, but can you explain why we didn't run yesterday like you had anticipated? No gamma exposure. Or if there was any, it was minimal, and we saw it play out in the slight amount of volatility we had over the last couple of days. I clipped two things earlier today that maybe explain a little more deeply into that, rye bread. And you can also check out my daily DD for like my thoughts on it as of this morning. Essentially, they shorted the stock, creating FTDs in order to avoid covering gamma exposure at the sector. Illinois gaming. What's the difference between covering and closing? Covering just means buying the shares at market. Closing means settling their contract with their lender. We actually don't care about the closing aspect, as our hope is that the funds short GameStop will never close their positions, right? That they will go under, and the DTCC will close their positions for them. That would be ideal, right? But we do care a lot about covering. Buying of those shares at market. This has been this way for a week or so. WeBull had 180 at 118% on Monday. ATP had it at 187. I wonder why they're pricing them differently. So now I want to like buy contracts on WeBull and move them to Fidelity and sell them, which is not possible, but that'd be really fun. AMD was worse than this has been. If you're in for what you can afford, why worry about it? This play is rare that retail have knowledge of a short play, but GME also has DFE. That was the point. Can you tell me more about Volga and Vana? They're secondary Greek measurements of volatility. Dillard's Feb 18th 340 strike, large open interest. Why such a strange strike? I don't know. I want to roll my Feb 420 and Jan 300 call to a Feb 300 call. Should I do it today or wait till the 27th? I would wait till the 27th. You're only going to lose 2 days of theta. You know, it's not that big of a deal. After this year, my trust in ETFs is, well, wary. Once this is over, would index funds be a better choice instead of ETFs? Possibly. We'll see. I mean, regulation could come through that, you know, makes the ETF market a little more fair. I mean, if you're just buying and holding ETFs, like you probably don't care. It's shitty though that they're skimming profits off the top in order to facilitate nigh unlimited share creation. But Kramer just tweeted that Nvidia has more room. Tinfoil theory. Maybe Wolverine got margin called Thanksgiving, and they're using their position to mess with options data. Maybe. Just buy long dated puts on whatever Kramer says to buy. I think I'm gonna put in a limit sell for my cat position right now. If you guys give me a second. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure if it falls below VWAP that I'm gonna sell. Ooh. Hmm. What's the downside risk is there? Interesting. I'm gonna update Reddit too real quick. One sec. How significant is staying above the 200 MA intraday? Not really. On the intraday, I wouldn't look at that indicator like that moving average, except on like a longer time scale. Why is it called max pain? It's the least painful closing price for MMs. It's the most painful closing price for options holders. Max pain started at 200 on Monday. Massive change. Everyone should remember what DFE stands for: deep fucking value. Jamie is still long-term growth, as stated by the man himself. Yep. So my 167.50s are not safe. Probably not, but we'll see. You might be okay. I still think Max Payne is a PlayStation 1 video game. I'm too afraid to ask what it actually is. Fidelity be shortable to 632k? Okay. Could this movement be them covering finally? It may be the beginning of that, yes. Uh, 25,000. I never need to work again. The meager amount of shares I have. At 100,000, I start fixing the planet. Nice, Matthew. Happy Festivus. Happy Festivus to you too, Dan for Hire. To celebrate, and just another way to say thank you for all you do, I made a sizable donation to your in your name to the Human Fund. I don't know what that is. Cool. Thank you so much, Dan for Hire. If it hits millions, fights Bezos. Gert, thank you so much for sharing all your knowledge. Free for us poors. Appreciate you, mate. Pickle, it's been emotional. Pickles, it's been emotional. I love you all. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. I am not a cat. I appreciate that, man. If it hits millions, could you have enough capital to have some positive worldwide influence? Yeah. I think that'd be true for most people if it hits $1 million or in the millions of dollars. Can they dodge FTDs because of illiquidity? No. No, no, no. Actually, it makes it even harder for them to settle the FTDs because they can't net those sales with buy orders. How do people think GameStop can hit millions? It's not realistic at all, but it's possible, right? You can't ignore the possible. It's not an impossibility. It is possible. Is it silly or hyperbolic? Yeah, maybe, but possible, mathematically possible. Can you explain the 2.5k and 2.4k OI at 600 680 strikes on June 17th? Could be part of the replicating baskets. For the stat strikes, having high open interest is a good indication that replicating baskets are held there. Those are also leap contracts, so it's very possible. Referral. If it hits hundreds of thousands, I would be doing backflips at the moon. If the shortheads run shorted to remove Gex, can they do this again in Jan? Much more difficult. So we do have an exposure date in January for GME and ETF leaps, right? And that exposure window is on January 25th. But what we also have during that time period is fuck tons of FTDs. So they have to short into their covering of FTDs simultaneously. Puts them in quite a sticky position, right? Like during the last 2 weeks downtrend, no FTDs, right? No expected price action. They're able to short pretty much willy-nilly. But in January, then they have to try to short into covering FTDs. That's just gonna create more FTDs and larger amounts of fails if they were attempting to do that. So no, I don't think they can effectively drive the price down with that FTD pressure there in the next exposure window. Also, those FTDs drive the price up, right? Which creates more exposure, which is, yeah, that's bullish. That's good. So if we look at that and how that actually plays out, once those FTDs begin coming in, there's pretty constant FTD pressure, right? And by the price increasing over this period, um, you know, it's increasing the gamma exposure for this. Right. And then here we didn't really have anything like this period from if they don't roll, right? So from here out in November, from the November exposure period through here, there's really nothing. There's no pressure. There's no FTDs, right? And so they can like they kind of took full advantage of this lull, right? They didn't roll forward any futures contracts, so we didn't see any volume from a roll. And yeah, we know that creates FTDs. Yeah, we saw massive shorting in order to avoid the gamma exposure here in December. That creates more FTDs. So all of this just increases everything just increases their exposure in January. And so, you know, for them to simultaneously cover all this FTD exposure while bringing the price of the stock down to avoid the gamma exposure, I don't think that's possible. They can't perform two completely inverse actions simultaneously. Maybe. But why, if you're transferring shares, why would there be a buy candle for that? Tesla was worse than GME too. My capital from Tesla went into GME. Nice. WeBull's Greeks are updated every 2 hours and are not real time like Fidelity. WeBull says real time coming in 2022. You can pay for real time options data on WeBull, Joey Z. So if you have if you have the basic options data, then no, but you can pay for real time options data. I think it's like $3.99 or $2.99 a month or something like that. Can you continue to act coy about Dillard's just like you did about the secret DD before you were forced to rush it out? What doing? What? I don't know what you're talking about. First time my boss let me play, 100% on zero DTEs. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Goldman Sachs intern. With all the FUD, I think this needs to be said. Short hedge funds not covering exposure or meeting T plus deadlines is inevitable for MOASS. Apes shouldn't freak when expected price action doesn't occur. I know, but yeah, you're right. It does. It probably needs to be said more. If we expect MOASS and we expect a short squeeze, we should expect that this theory will break down at some point, right? Um, because the fact that they're not covering, the fact that they're dodging exposure, these all indicate that they are fucked. These are not bearish signs. Like shorting an entire sector, tens, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars in lost asset value, and open short positions is not like a bad thing. That's like bullish as fuck, right? Like we finally have an indication that that sentiment of GME being the market might be true. I wonder what happened to the log the float guys. Oh, they're still there. Dude, you think Ken Griffin thinks about Jamie all day? I don't know. Probably not. Can you elaborate what to do with your options if a short squeeze happens? I don't have the capital to exercise them, and I don't think anyone will buy contracts at 80K. Wrong. People will buy contracts. And you also can exercise and sell to cover or cashless exercise those options contracts through your brokerage if their value exceeds their strike. So not only can you exercise, but you would also be able to sell them. Both options should be available to you. People will buy options contracts regardless of their cost. If they need 100 shares and you have a contract that allows them to get those shares cheaper than they could at market price, they will buy them from you. Or if you have the option to offer them a contract that allows them to buy those shares cheaper than market price and the volatility is not dying down, right? Those contracts are still going to be desirable. You know, if GameStop is ripping and we're, $80,000 a share and, your options contracts are worth, $800,000 or more, right? But you have a contract to buy shares at $200 a share. And it looks like the stock is going to continue to keep going up. That contract's very desirable. Besides pigeon whale, what would you say your true spirit animal is? Cats. I have an affinity for cats. I like them. They don't like me, and that's probably why I like them. I think I addressed that in my exit DD pretty accurately, Notson. What will I be looking for to see that it's ending is the continual decline in price. Max Pan's 155. Yep. It's possible. If that trend had persisted. Being skeptical is now called shilling. It always has been. Yeah, GameStop has an unusual amount of share lockup. Sayuri, don't forget that. Share lockup is very important for reaching obscene levels during a squeeze. Look forward to MOASS. Sources say it will happen on a day that ends in Y. Please advise and buckle up. On this date last year, Jimmy was $21. Do you find it interesting that tech and retail dip so far at the same time? It doesn't happen very often. No, it doesn't. Man, it's been a rough few weeks, but your theory and GameStop fundamentals keep me going. If you guys are in, I'm still in. Damn straight. If no one sells until 1.1 million a share, we win. Well, what? That's unrealistic to believe that would happen. I own a dog, 4 cats, a bearded dragon. It's unrealistic to believe that no one will sell until we hit $1.1 million. Maybe not retail, but institutions will sell without a doubt. It's a zoo here, and I love it. Do you believe in the infinity squeeze theory? Fuck no. When When January 2022 ends, do shorts open up back in January 2021 expire? What would be their next move? Good question. Dan's Nads. Thank you so much. Was there a message with that? I appreciate that. Ah. I don't. Nope. Just, well, thank you. Would you agree the squeeze will see a ton of volume first, then a sharp decline to the peak? SS have been saying opposite, but I think it's 100% wrong. You want to rephrase that? I don't know what you're describing. We see a bunch of volume and then a sharp decline to the peak? Like a decline in volume? I don't think volume is going to be that massive, frankly. There's no fucking liquidity. The only way to get volume at this point is to unlock it by increasing the share price, which is not something they want to do, obviously. Not sure if you missed my comment or intentionally skipped, but have you noticed a very similar pattern forming on the daily as before the 824 and 11.3 run-ups? Yes. When you're buying 200 calls on CAT, what general duration do you buy? I bought 195s this time, actually. But I usually buy about 2 months out, or quarterlies, like the nearest quarterly that's further than a month out. No, you're a shill if your price target isn't jail. No one's going to fucking jail. I'm personally not selling a single. I mean, maybe somebody will, but not anyone important. I'm personally not selling a single share until we hit 69 million. This FTD pileup is the most ridiculous form of edging I have ever witnessed. Can you talk louder? There are middle-aged women at my work oversharing about their personal lives. I understand, Turdferg. I will attempt to speak louder. Turn me up, please. Can I turn my mic volume up more? I can. Here. I'll turn my mic just for you. I'll turn my mic volume up a little bit extra. I thought FTD were just noted and pretty much ignored. No, not at all. How do FTDs cause covering? If they can't be netted, they have to buy them at market. It's a forced buy-in. On WeBull, you can pay for real-time options pricing, but the Greeks are updated every 2 hours. Really? I see them update in real time constantly. I mean, I have another brokerage open right now. I can compare them. I know for a fact IBKR has real-time data. $185 is 161.38, and I mean this says 162.27, but I mean they're pretty fucking close. A janitor at Credit Suisse is definitely going to jail. Hedge funds all have different exposures and different margin requirements. And will each be closing out their shorts at slightly different time windows. Well, no, Stefan, because if MOASS happens, there will be no hedge funds, right? All of the position will be being managed by SROs. I'm in a nursing home. I'm looking forward to the documentary. The world will finally see that this VOP hat is not a hat, but surgically grafted to a skull after a freak perm accident. Is there debtor's prison? Not in the US. Almost FOMO'd into Feb call, but trying to wait for some of this sideways trading to commence in the coming weeks. Fair. If they're slowly covering their exposure, you imagine volume won't be that massive. Does that imply that a lot of us may be hung out to dry with our shares? What do you mean? I don't think volume is going to be massive because there is no volume. That doesn't mean that the price won't go up. We don't need volume, a significant amount of volume for an equivalent amount of price improvement. So we can go up quite a lot on very very little volume. November 3rd, we went up $50 on 3.5 million volume. So the volume that people are looking for is not only not there or available, right? It's not necessary. Mm, It depends where the exposure is. Last year, ETF exposure was not very high. GME exposure was. This year, ETF exposure is very high. GME exposure hasn't been, but we'll see if it's higher come January. So next week, 2.2 million ETF FTDs can make GME run hard. 2.2 million GME FTDs. How would you know how many FTDs are due next week on GameStop? Are you guys doing that thing again? Where you look at SEC FTD data and you count forward from the FTD spike 35 days? Stop doing that. It's annoying for me to keep having to explain it. If you have SEC data that shows FTDs due on like 11/23, right? Those are fucking covered that day. That's the day they're due. They're not due 35 days after that. If your viewership buys 27 in the Money Weekly calls, we'll have the 3.5 million volume you speak of. Do you have a list compiled of all the T dates somewhere and where you got them from? My DD has it, yeah. Stop tracking. You have to check my Reddit profile. It's pinned at the top. Do you have 2+2 on those out of the money puts in January? The out of the money puts have fucking nothing to do with price action on GameStop. They are simply a hedge. They are a volatility hedge. Thank you, Adopted by the Dans. I hope you do too. How many times am I going to get asked about out of the money? Is everyone on fucking Super Stonk talking about the out of the money puts again? Is this like the fucking Brazilian puts bullshit? Do you have an indicator on TradingView I can use? Yeah, actually, one of our moderators posted one in the Pigeon Whale channel on the Discord. I'd imagine that we'll see a large increase in price that will lead to a period of high volatility and FOMO. If the price reaches, if in a single day, the price of GameStop goes off of the options chain. One day, it can't be the next day because the next day more contracts will open up. But if in one day the price of GME is able to go off of the options chain, that will likely be the start of forced liquidations. With no ability to hedge their variance swaps, all of their positions begin to blow up. I didn't do the WeBull link of them specifying the 2-hour Greeks. For so long, I thought I was going crazy. I'm not sure, but hold on. Son of a bitch. I'm trying to find the thing for the CBOE real time data. Do you know where it is? Maybe it's on mobile. One sec. Bolivian puts? Remember to respond with kindness, like Han. If responding to Pickle hate posts on SS, I really don't respond to them very often. And if I do, it's just to like correct misinformation and then I just move on. Where the fuck is the CBOE? Yeah, so Opera real-time data, last price and bid ask are real time. Okay, so the Greeks are offset. Interesting. I'm still showing the same options Greeks on IBKR though, and I know those are real time because you can watch them move. Hmm. Do you like eggnog? If so, how much whiskey do you add per glass? Asking for a friend. I don't like eggnog, and I don't add whiskey to it. Also, rum would be correct, right? Or brandy. I don't think you add whiskey to eggnog. Gotta love that Tesla is running on news that Musk lied about finishing his cells. Oh no, I'm out of honey roasted peanuts. This is terrible. Are we in the demand zone? Sure. Your card today provides some nice TA to complement your TNA to complement your TA. Thank you, fluffy puppers. Isn't Citadel long on Tesla? Everyone's long on Tesla. My trailing stop got hit on Tesla at 560. Now that contract is worth 2K. Fuck my life. Don't use trailing stops on options. Use stop limits. They're too volatile for trailing stops. Ask Burry if he is long. Is the market ever going to crash? Can we keep these insane PE ratios going forever? I mean, they're not as high as they were during the dot-com bubble yet. I've seen a lot of small caps recently have huge days on huge volume and then run again on what seems like T plus 2 or T plus 3. XSOPA yesterday, ISPC, LGVN. Can you explain the mechanics of what is happening here? It's probably similar to what's going on with GameStop, right? If you're seeing them run on T plus 2, T plus 3, that's, likely gamma exposure. What do you think of my DM on Discord this morning? Worth me putting more time into it, or is it a dud? My thoughts were to identify most likely hedge to fail. Let me take a look at that again. I know I saw it, but there we go. Prelude. See, this is a problem with the 13Fs is they only report what you want them to know, what they want you to know, right? Like they're never a full reporting of their short position. They obfuscate their actual short sales or don't report them at all, right? So you really only have their put contracts to base it off of. Um, and don't forget that they can roll those puts out and just suffer small losses and maintain that position for a long period of time. What's the Schiller PE ratio looking like? I haven't checked it in a while, but based on the current market price, I would say it's regaining some ground after the last correction. Um, let's see, 39.68. .com bubble was like almost 44, so it's not that high in comparison. And it can go higher, right? It should go higher over time. There should be more value in the market over time. I got some Bacardi 151 and Everclear. I would say that if we're going to see like a pop, if we're going to see that liquidity bubble pop, it's going to be when the Schiller index exceeds what we saw in the .com bubble, probably by a fairly significant amount. Bull flag on the 15. On GME? Yeah, all right. Well, sure. I wouldn't say the volume's there to support that statement. Tesla at 1,000 would be a good place to short it. Yeah. I hope some people bought some zero DTAs on Tesla today because they would have made a shitload of money. Who wants a hard apple cider? I have 20 gallons, bro. Can you draw a wedge so we can watch them short the breakout? Sure. Up 800% on a Tesla Zero DTE I bought in the shower. Good job, man. I had a couple 1050s this morning, so they're doing all right. I wonder if I should hold them through the weekend, though. Is a bull flag with no volume? No. I'm considering selling 2 shares in the IBKR to buy a Feb 18 250C. I know you said selling shares is not the way, but wouldn't the leverage of that contract outweigh the disadvantage it causes? Um yes, but you're still supplying shares that can be used to wash FTDs. So that's the disadvantage to it. And you know, it's that bystander effect that's very dangerous. That like it's okay if I sell a couple shares to buy some contracts as long as everyone else holds, and it's yeah, that's not good. What is the delta on that contract? Yeah, the delta on that contract's 0.37, so it's 37 shares of delta. Is now a good entry for Jan 23 me leaps? Sure. If you're like bullish on me. My price target would be like $8 or $9 though. I wouldn't take a lot of risk on this. What if everyone sold all their shares and went on all in on Feb 510s? I mean, the downside would reduce the delta in the 510s, right? From everyone selling. Yeah, it wouldn't work. I think Visceral has his music posted to Spotify. It's so hard not to buy weeklies at these prices. Not a single gamble in the world can compare to what cheap Jamie weeklies have the potential to do. It's so hard not to buy weeklies at these prices. Not a single gamble in the world can compare to what a cheap Jamie weeklies have the potential. Yeah, it's true. It's tough. So hear me out on this investment plan. You give me $51,000 today, I'll pay you back in April. Who says no? I do. Still planning to unload your Jans on Tuesday at market close. Um, unless we run before then. I promise I won't spend it on 510 Cs. Thanks, Jeff. Says today's supposed to be boring. Is there high potential upside? Today could be interesting. How today plays out is very important for what could happen Monday. Where does the Jan 10th ETF FTD come from? T plus 35 from something? Yes. From the November Gamma exposure uh, period. How so what? What? How so what? If you guys don't ask questions in complete sentences, I'm not going to have any fucking clue what you're talking about. For all of you feeling bad about Tesla calls, $2,000 worth of calls could have been worth $500K. You're welcome. So we're all buying weeklies in January's run up for fun. I probably will, yeah. Would you say there's violent upside potential? I would say there's some potential for price action. RC tweet during market today would be quite a thing, wouldn't it? That'd be interesting. How long until you say you're linking your Reddit profile? How long until they say you linking to your Reddit profile is brigading? I'm not linking to the subreddit. I'm allowed to link to my profile. I'm sure right away. I'm sure right away they'll call it brigading because they're fucking idiots. Can you, if there is any more? What? What's the spaghetti policy in here? There isn't one. Spy taking a poopy, just short term. Let's see. No, not a poopy. Roaring Kitty. How so? Thank you so much, Roaring Kitty. Could bounce off the EMA 120. There's a little bit of consolidation. Uh, it'll either trade flat and fail to keep breaking this resistance, or it'll break up more to and achieve a new 52-week high. I'd say it's on track to cross its 52-week high currently. God, I fucking love AMD. Do you guys know how dope this stock is? It's maybe the next best stock after GameStop. It's my second favorite stock. Some days it's my first. Is it better than GMA? I've made less money on it than GMA, but the gap is narrowing over the last year. Lisa Sue is bae. No, DDS is my next newest favorite stock. You buy any Christmas gifts to yourself? How long will Cat cop around 200? I don't know. Hopefully forever. Until I'm a multi millionaire. If Cat keeps bouncing in the same channel that it's bouncing in, and I only play the bull side of it, I'll have $1 billion in 2 years. Unless I double down. Ooh, I can compound the gains instead of throwing them all into plays on GameStop. But I'd rather throw them all into plays on GameStop. I'm a stock monogamist. Is my PC AMD based? Mostly. I mean, not currently, but it will be soon after I return my video card to Best Buy. Looking at any lithium plays? No. I don't really care. How are you compounding the gains? What? What do you mean? What you buy in at 190, right? And then when it goes to 205, you sell. And then you take all the profits and put them back in when it goes back to 190. It literally prints money anytime it gets below 195. I know. It's fucking dope. But my AMD leaps that I bought on the dip, whew, beautiful. Hey, look, GameStop's not being shorted out of its breakout. That's so weird. Make Cat go back below 195. I got some capital to build back up. Sell me your 3070 so I can feel something as opposed to selling CCs to do that. No, it's much more entertaining for you to get assigned on Covered Calls Moon. I I would flip it back and forth, but I'm usually busy with the stream. How far out do I buy the calls on Cat? Like 2 months. Like then whatever the further like the next quad witching is. essentially. Did you buy the AMD leaps in like May, July? I bought them after that first big earnings run. Um, the quarter two earnings run. Let me see what day I bought them on. I bought them. I bought them on 9/20. Okay, these are clearly bots or spam or something. Did you get it for $4.99 original MSRP? No, it was like $787 from, and it was an open box from Best Buy. XRT working up to test daily high. Interesting. Quad witching. So, oh, what did I just do? That was fucking weird. So you go out and like the next quad witching is in March. For a cat. But I wouldn't buy like the nearest one. So if we're approaching a quad witching, I would buy the next one out. The stock moves really, really slowly. Sometimes trading, sub like 500,000 volume a day. Um, Why would you buy a fancy video card if you don't really game anymore? I stream. I mean, even when I was gaming, I never played anything that needed a fancy video card. I guess I played Cyberpunk for a little bit. That was the most usage I've ever gotten out of my video card. All the other games I play require essentially no graphics power whatsoever. Watch my Tesla calls. Oh, good call. Oh, no. They got stopped out. I'm good. How many stocks am I playing at the same time? I have a lot of like long positions. So this is kind of where uh some of my investment strategies fall apart. As I make money from trading, but then I don't really have a lot of time to do the research and stuff as far as like my long-term positions go. So normally what I would do is I would like make that money and then uh keep putting it back into trading, but my trading accounts are like sufficiently funded for the most like capital I intend to play on any individual trade. And so when I have like spillover, I transfer that money out and buy like longer term positions, but I don't generally research them very well. So I just own like a bunch of garbage. It's not garbage, but it's like I just buy stuff and then have it and I don't really pay attention to it. Like I bought a shitload of O like right after the market crash, well the COVID crash. Um I bought a bunch of Netflix back then. I have like leaps on Palantir and AMD. Um Yeah, kind of like stock hoarding. It keeps going through accumulation phases and then climbing higher. AMD. If we look at like the long term chart on it, like if we go out to the daily, like um, it just keeps accumulating and getting like, so this was like the quarter 2 run where it peaked here, and this was quarter 3, and then I'm sure this is going to additionally break to the upside. It just, I mean, I think AMD is probably worth like $300 a share, like double its current market cap. Um, and that's it's slowly being realized, but have you talked about DDS price action in November? They did a dividend, and they are in the retail short basket. They also have a float of 11 million shares. In reference to exercise and sell to close for calls, does it still increase buy pressure in T+2 if you're selling 50 or more shares to cover? Or does the selling to cover equal out the buy? The selling to cover equals out the buy. Mostly the brokerage is only going to go get you the shares that are being delivered. Otherwise, they'll probably hold those shares. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll sell them. So if they exercise the full value of the contract, they'll probably just hold the remaining shares in their inventory. I mean, I'm not buying like garbage stocks. It's just arbitrary investment because I have nothing else to do with the money. Like there's nothing I want to buy. I don't like real estate, so I don't want to like buy houses or condos or anything like that. And then like I don't know. I'm not gonna like put it in a savings account where it's gonna do nothing. And I mostly I don't like the idea of other people managing my money, and so I just buy shit, tons and tons of CX. What kind of waste management stocks are even out there? Waste management. It's actually not even a bad stock to buy. I was just looking back at DDS options chain and noticed that there's a DDS or a DDS1 options. What is the DDS1? I think they did a share buyback, maybe, or it might have to do with a special dividend. I'm not sure. You'll have to look it up. I haven't really done a lot of digging into DDS. I just like it from a technical standpoint and its possible correlation with GME ETFs. Throw your arbitrary money at 510s. I mean, I throw a lot of my arbitrary money at GameStop options. Okay, now that there are less people in here, be real with me. Yes, there is a potential for them to run it Monday, Tuesday, but what odds would you assign that? I could see like XRT meme and the MSCI ETF possibly forcing a buy-in T plus 6. So I think the odds could be pretty high. I'm sure ETF owners are not fond of being on the reg show threshold list. I too buy tons and tons of EX. Would you say Citadel found out about Melvin's GME short position? If it was before the sneeze, would it imply Kenny couldn't do anything to stop the run up? Thanks from all for Ireland. I think they found out maybe shortly before the sneeze. Maybe not until the sneeze was going on. Either way, they had to bail them out. I can go to cow pasture, fill a backpack in 3 hours of Liberty caps, and mix spaghetti. Good for you. Do you have any thoughts on the reverse repo? I can't think I've ever heard you mention it. Yeah, I think it's not applicable to GameStop at all. I know how people keep tying it together. If you pay attention to stats posts and that he's like a It's like a long-term fixed income guy. He specifically describes in several of those DDs how reverse repo is not applicable at all to GameStop, and people just ignore him. And they're like, no, reverse repo. It's fucking irrelevant. Oh, Sachs. I see. Why don't you like dividend stocks, easy cash? Or you just don't like ones like AT&T that are always red? I don't like dividend stocks because they're not growing. I would much rather the companies I invest in are continuing to grow over time. Um, if I'm gonna invest in something with uh like a dividend stock, then I'll invest in like REITs or MMPs or something like that where the dividends are super super high. Um, yo, check Discord. Just posted ETF borrow rates. Which Discord? Talk to me, turd. Holy fuck. Ah, I love it. Can we share this with DRS the DRS people? Well, should I wait until my 167.50 December 31st until next week? I feel like it's close thoughts. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. If I'm going to do a Feb call at a 220 strike, just over 1,000 is a steal. That's a good deal. What rate do you like? I have a lot of O. Just a ton of O. I bought a lot of it. Share it? Let me ask Turd, because if he's using it at DD, I don't want to share it. Until he's like written his DD on it. Oh, okay. Guys, guess where all the shares come from? Wait, what the fuck is XRT and memes borrow rate? Oh, okay, because you're putting those are thresholded. Okay, got it. You know the MSCI ETF is on the threshold list now as well, turd. I don't think it has a lot of shares, but it is on the threshold list. If you want to update that. Gherk, we're out here making them use all their cooldowns. Basically. That's a good way of looking at it. XRT is on the January, not a lie. You're already on Discord. Check what I just sent. Oh, very nice. Sort of. Agree is up 16% today. Interesting. Is crypto running? Yeah. How is this allowed? What do you mean? Can we get a quant in here? D for flash or F? F for flash. Always F for flash. Why would you use D? D's right. Wait, no, no. You know what? Flash on D. Flash on D. I haven't played League in a long time, but flash on D. My XRT options are in the money. Nice. Why isn't computer share stopping them from doing that? How? Oh, oh, not you, Fluffiosa. No, they do whatever the fuck they want. Somebody like the stream. We need some likes. Let's get them going. Come on, please. Thank you. I think entering any dialogue on Reddit is now worthless due to planted opposition and the complete polarization of SS. We're being reduced to one or the other instead of. We just like the stock. Thank you, your mom's hot friend. I appreciate that. It is unfortunate. I know it was sarcasm, Fluffy. So, do you think so? Was mine? Do you think I'll have a chance to buy close to Monday before I rip? Maybe, yeah. You might be able to buy to close Monday morning. It depends what happens today, though. Coerced to like, clipped, and sent to SS. Stock market open all next week? I think so. When's New Year's Eve? Yeah. Might be closed next Friday. I'm not sure. Stop regating your own stream for likes. I just don't understand why we can't hit 1,000. Like, if we hit 1,000, I don't care anymore. I love how the people screaming DRS at us just found out they were doing it wrong and need to set it to book entry. Yeah. But not just that. So by putting your shares in the employee plan, I think that removes them from the float. I still need to figure that out. But I don't think those are part of those become no longer part of the float, like the free float. I don't even know how selling those works at that point. I would probably need to contact them and ask. If you can remove 61.66 million shares of GameStop from the free float, interesting things can happen. I'm DRSing my leg so you can't have it. It's okay, I'll borrow it from an ETF. Gerxies keeps forcing me to like the stream and donate. Oh no. Oh, stop it, Glider. What are you doing? Give me all your money. Why 1,000? Do you get a bonus then? I don't think so, but it gets rid of the OCD. I just joined for this busy day. Is there evidence of price movement next week? It's possible. There's no evidence of it, but there is a T+6 settlement window for ETF borrows that occurs over the next few days. There's also FTDs, GameStop FTDs on December 27th. I don't know if they can borrow from mutual funds and unit trusts. Those are like closely held. I don't think they can borrow those. Maybe, but I don't think so. I'm sure many of those mutual funds lend their shares. Can you look at the Amazon VWAP on the 1 minute and explain what I'm seeing? But you saw price trade higher than the average. So this is volume, right? So that means more volume traded here, probably because of these two big orders. So there is more volume traded, and that's spiked the VWAP. If you get 1,000 likes, there will be margin calls, and you'll get up to 10,000 likes, which will lead to 10 million likes. Thanks, critical hits. Unliked, unvoted yesterday's poll, unsubbed, and unwatched. Thank you so much, Christopher. I appreciate that. Are you expecting to run past 200 early next week? No. I don't have any price predictions for it. It's just that some ETFs may require settlement from their APs and T+6. They may try to avoid to fail some of them. I don't see why they would, but with some of those ETFs on the reg show threshold list, the pressure may be on. Could an argument be made that DRS removing from DTCC float would create volatility to the downside as well? I mean, it would just create volatility. It would Volatility is not specific to upside or downside price action. Where can I buy calls on the likes? I don't know. Hypothetically, are there any other stocks that might see similar runs in Jan due to shorting for us options ultra pours? Yeah. Hey, Girk, with all of these ETFs being on the reg show threshold list, how is that any different from just borrowing from Fidelity and IBKR as usual? Oh, because there's no borrow, there's no locate, right? The share is just created and sold. There isn't even technically a short sale. Borrowing from Fidelity and IBKR, that borrows shares out of the SEC lending pool, which can then increase the borrow rate, and it also creates FTDs on GameStop itself, um, instead of creating FTDs in ETFs. Shouldn't employee stock count as closely held and so therefore not part of the float? Um, Theoretically, which may be why they reported the number of shares that have been DRS'd. Because from an accounting standpoint, they're different. Is being on Reg Show like being on the naughty list? Yes. Since you're now over 1,000, I've disliked this video just to help you get you closer to your goal. Thank you, Jeff G. Update my chart. What's wrong with it? It's fine. There's nothing wrong with my chart. The wedge is just continuing to consolidate. There's no breakout yet. So you can just like follow the consolidation pattern. So it's a little higher than that, right? I would say there. That looks good. Could they just keep borrowing shares from Fidelity to keep shorting? No, not Fidelity. But they can keep borrowing from ETFs. I knew you had to put Koala Hugger in their place pretty good, but I didn't know that I'd wake up a few days later and see stories about Koala Massacre all over the news. Are they shorting XRT and that's why it's on the threshold list? Borrowing shares from it and not returning it. Both, actually. They drive the price of it down in order to borrow shares from it cheaply. They do use those, Glider. They use all of them. It's just that the fails on XRT have reached a point where it's gone onto the threshold list. The other ones haven't yet. Just bought AMD April Leap. Already made me more money than GME. Thanks to the intel. Yeah, sure. Tesla weeklies 100x since Tuesday. Yep. When does a mandatory closeout occur on ETF FTDs? Is that the T minus 35 you refer to? T plus 35. When does the mandatory closeout occur? So the mandatory closeout on ETF FTDs is T plus 3, T plus 6, T, and then 35C. So T plus 9 plus 35C. ETFs can also settle, so they can settle either one though. Or both. So it makes them a little harder to pin down, but generally, since they wait till the very last minute, it's not super difficult. You're in a day swaps FUD. What? Borrow rates included for ETFs are paid daily, right? Do they pay for the whole ETF price even though they're just taking GME out of the basket? I mean, they create the basket and then they can sell off or return the rest of the shares besides GameStop. I think they could also pay a fee in order to just take specific stocks, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. I'd have to ask Turd. He knows a little more about the ETFs than I do. It's kind of his thing. So if you had a friend who owned a share in his options account that was always going to be options money but dip, think of selling green then gamble next week. What? It wasn't even English. Don't sell shares. Selling shares is bad. I think you missed a Ko-Fi, probably. I just bought a shit ton of CX leaps per your instruction. I did no research. Just listened to my FA. When should I be looking to dump them to become a concrete magnet? Also getting heavy John Krasinski vibes from the chat today. Everyone have fun on holiday. Thank you so much. Not another John Krasinski. Not gonna lie, I'm taking this pretty hard. Are you saying that they can definitely control the price? So long as they can afford to do so. And that they can afford to do this because ETFs go burr. Sort of. Except ETFs only go burr to a point, and then they get slapped on the reg show threshold list, and they stop going burr. That unplugs the burr. And creates big fails. Big fails that have to be covered, which creates big ups. Are you talking about employee restricted stock offered by GameStop to employees? No. Us here at Reg Show want to let your viewers know that we work closely with Santa. We know who all the naughty kids are, and they also put on our naughty lists. We're creating lists of all the naughty things in this world of the Internet of Things. Happy holidays. Thank you, Reg Show. Is it the APs that have to do the buying on the ETF FTDs? Yeah. Also, can synthetic ETFs cash settle instead of buying the underlying? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think so. Mighty Potato, thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire status. If you hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Merry Christmas, everybody. ETF go burr. Thanks, Cornab. Merry Christmas to you too, man. They can't. They track an index. They're required to own GameStop. As long as GameStop is in that index, it has to be owned by the ETF that tracks it. Have you considered getting your apartment placed on the Reg Show's threshold? I haven't. You mentioned FTD exposure being unavoidable. Can you go back to the chart and show price action relating to FTD exposure? Sure. November 3rd, FTD exposure. We have FTD exposure here, here and here through these periods. Now, however, FTDs are much lower when the futures contracts are rolled, right? So we have these roll periods like March and June. This greatly decreases the amount of FTDs. They were, however, higher in March, going into the June cycle, because all of the price action in January led to there being many more FTDs on GameStop than there were previously. And then if we go back to failed cycles, so when they fail to roll forward the futures contract or they hadn't created them yet, we get price action like we saw in January. And then also back here in September, which I'll show you in a second. And these were the anomalies that we first identified and then matched up to the FTD reporting. So if we go back to here and you can look at, maybe I don't have lines on this chart anymore. You know, it's easier if I use the trading view chart. One second, because the WeBull one doesn't really have all that information. Give me one second. Okay. So yeah, if we go out to here, during these anomaly windows and after the September futures fail to roll and the December futures fail to roll, we get these FTD anomaly periods where FTDs spike due to the failure to move forward futures contracts and or create them. And that leads to this large FTD pileup that occurs. And then that FTD pileup in January is specific to January because it also correlates with one of our gamma exposure windows. And it actually correlates with the largest gamma exposure window of the year. These are January leaps. And these are leaps for GameStop and ETFs. Jimmy plus ETFs. And unlike December, you know, we have FTDs driving the price action up into that exposure date, creating more gamma exposure on the other side. I know that's a lot. And here we have indicators of fails and rolls. Fail, roll, fail, roll, fail. This was also a fail. I haven't marked it, but this period here is a fail. Do you know of any SEC policy that has teeth? Could T-Devils actually be trying to show us we need a better way of enforcement mechanisms? We should have better enforcement mechanisms. But there's always the enforcement mechanism of capitalism and there being a counterparty to these trades. And that might be the most reliable enforcement mechanism in the market. If we fail December exposure, when will these FTDs come due? Early Jan. I actually think they've been building up these FTDs ever since November 23rd. So if we measure out the FTDs from this massive ETF shorting, we got 9 bars from here, and we got 9 bars from the end, which was yesterday. Yep. Actually, it was not. That's right there. And then we measure out 35 because they did it every day, right? So we have to track a range. $35 days. That's too many. 34. So we will get continuous fails from this shorting over the last 2 weeks for the period between January 10th and February 9th. Which kind of lines up, right, with last year. So they could have done this last year and we just didn't know it. This massive short, and it was just offset by Ryan Cohen's buy-in, right? So they did the massive short on the whole sector last year, kind of like what Turgford's been talking about, where these ETFs basically cut off borrowing and go find the fucking shares somewhere else. And Ryan Cohen bought in right around here, I guess. And then that drove price action up, as opposed to it coming down, which is maybe what it should have done. But the fails from this shorting are still going to occur here. GameStop not breaking out still. Maybe we just consolidate for the whole day. What time is it? 103. 1269 breakout. I sent you all the FTD data for GME and ETS from 1123 on Discord. Thanks, Simo. I appreciate it. Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, the actual possible for the 1-to-1 correlation between ETF FTDs and GME shares created, GME shorts would be a percent of multiple ETF shares. It's possible for those FTDs to be entirely GameStop, yes. The shares that need to be delivered are in fact just GameStop shares. Is that probably true? Probably not, because they're shorting the whole sector, right? So they're probably just using all of those shares to short everywhere. It lines up insanely well with last year, almost too well. So Jan 10th, Feb 9th, full month of violent upside potential. As long as that gamma exposure is further out, no one cash settles their options, we go, whoo. So when the short percent glitch happened last month, I have a feeling that it was the true original Melvin position spilling out, possibly when they were going to move forward futures contracts or write new ones. Changing to a different type of contract, maybe not. Just accidentally let it drop on a reporting date. Refinitiv picked it up and reported it. Those systems are automated, and I don't really think they flag anomalies. And so, sometimes when you start to see shit like that, it's generally because data passed through the system that indicated that. And then that data was then obscured. What's a reasonable IV estimate for Jan 21, 950, the week of Jan 10th? No idea. I won't be holding them that long, so I don't care. My initials are FTD. I mean, you could assume some potential upside, but I have no idea what the IV could be. We have no idea what the number of fails that are going to occur on that day. There's no way to tell. Should be a 1269 song too, probably. Why did you unpin your Reddit profile? I didn't unpin my Reddit profile. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. People under bots were whiny and complained to the mods, so you'll have to find his post manually. You didn't read his at everyone in Discord? Who? I don't see it anymore. Yeah, I've agreed to no longer link to my Reddit posts with the moderators of the sub in order to just chill people out, because they think I'm like using bots to downvote their posts, which are actually just crap, and that's why they're getting downvoted. But why would anyone ever admit that to themselves? Us bots are people too. Link to the Discords in the description of the stream. I have to know, who are your main champs in League? As let's see, as Lucian, Vayne. When I played ADC, when I played mid, I really liked Malzahar and Lysandra. But I played a few others too. GS now accepts a bunch of crypto for payment. How do you think the market would react if our stock wasn't suppressed under the writhing bulk of Kenny? They don't care, right? It's just a payment system. The market's not going to react to that. If GameStop starts to, I mean, it's just like taking Visa, right? Like the market's not going to react to GameStop accepting Visa. They're using a service that does it, so it's not like they're setting up their own, or it's not like they've set up their own payment system for cryptocurrencies. The true anomaly in Jimmy is that they can't keep it under 150 for long periods of time. It's truly stupendous. It is. What do you have to say about the League community? I know it's a lot of toxic 16-year-old strung out nerds. Yeah, it's hyper competitive, but it's also built around a game where like individual skill doesn't matter as much as teamwork. Like you can carry up to a certain point if you're really good at the game, but that you need teamwork to win games. So that's kind of why I don't like it. I don't like team games. You're too reliant on other people. SS becomes Wall Street Bets, which became a dud. Look at how pretty that wiggle is. I might know someone who buys drugs with crypto. It's funny that they think they can manage to get you banned from the sub, that you and your thesis just go away completely, or that options discussion will evaporate. What I don't understand is like, why such a hard push for it? What's everyone so afraid of? Like, I'm not hurting anybody. The people that were, if anything, the people that were playing options were already fucking losing money on them, and now they're just losing money with a better plan. Yeah, that's also why I like TFT. You haven't seen my criddle sticks get a 0 to 10 and single-handedly lose a game within 10 minutes. 26-year-old and still addicted to League since season 2. Hey, I got out. I played it for like 4 years. That's why you just buy shares. Sure, if that's what you want to do, do it. Let me tell you, I lose just as much money on my shares when the price drops as I do on my options. At least your criticism is constructive instead of just naysaying. Thinks the plan was great, and man, did I lose some money. Do you think High Chance Jimmy is Loopring's partner for NFT? It's possible, yeah. I think that's pretty likely. Maybe they're looking for a scapegoat for the DRS if things fail. Hmm. I mean, I could do like, ah, I think people forgot DFE's last update was he exercised his options. DFE built his position through options. No, but there was like a purple cock ring in the back of some fucking video. Have you watched Arcane, the League show? It was very, very good. I haven't, but I'd be willing to check that out. Some of the League lore is pretty interesting. It seems as though because you won't DRS, if you're pro options or support you, you're automatically anti DRS. Well, that's fucking stupid. I mean, I'm not like a fan of it, but it has some substantial effect. A slow one. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with just talking about the actual facts behind DRS. Why does DRS have to be a bunch of things that it's not? Why can't it just be this is what DRS does and this is how it does it? That's what I don't like. I mean, that's most of my resistance to it is that just like DRS is the only way. Why do you think DFE has gone completely dark since his last update? Nothing to say. Also, he's rich. Like, are you gonna troll the internet all day when you're a multimillionaire? Maybe. I don't know. Price pumped before DRS. That's my 2 cents. But volume was low before DRS. But to sell, they have to bring it back to the DTC and big blocks. Nice, Kirsten. They believe DFE is actually a time traveler, so it was okay for him to use options. Oh, okay. I argue against the aggressives of those who push DRS and 100% DRS, and they just won't accept anything unless it agrees with them. I mean, there's just no arguing, right? Like it's pointless. It's a pointless endeavor most of the time. What else is there to do besides sit on a yacht? If I was a multimillionaire, I would 100% troll. That's what I'm thinking. It's like my entire life would just be trolling. I would spend all of my money on doing that. It would be amazing. I think Mr. Gill has been advised to keep quiet for liability reasons, and I think it's a smart decision. I agree. Um, DFE said, I figured something out. Follows his tweets with a bunch of purple circles. You tell me. How about they don't mean shit? What about that, Monster Buddy? You know, DFV's last position didn't look like it was transferred. Interestingly enough, it looked like it was in fucking E-Trade or whatever it was. DFV, Theta Traveler. If DRS is nothing, why aren't companies allowed to promote it? Because it creates a liquidity in the marketplace. How come Jimmy put the number of registered shares on their earnings? Because 5.2 million of the shares in their free float are closely held. It's easy. There's easy, simple explanations instead of they're trying to hint at us what to do. All of which make way more sense. If GameStop wanted to fire off fucking MOASS, they could have done it already. They wouldn't be cryptically tweeting shit at us. They would just make a fucking announcement. Ryan Cohn would just get on Twitter and just say Elon Musk shit until the stock was worth a ton of money. But they haven't. They haven't said fuck all for about a year. Maybe because they want nothing to do with the potential short squeeze on their stock. Maybe they can't sell during a short squeeze, so why the fuck would they care? Activist investor is not a positive term. Why trust one entity with all your shares during a Black Swan event? That's what I don't get. Like, any of these could potentially go down. Yeah, they can. Did you miss the restaurants? First he says not a cat. Okay, I don't care what you're deriving from his fucking tweets, Monster Buddy. Maybe he's just saying he's not a cat and then he's a cat. Maybe it has nothing to do with a cat. Did you think about that? What? Holy shit. What if you've just taken your bias and used it to pick apart the tweet in order to create the narrative that you want to hear? It's like one of the most obvious cases of like cognitive bias I've ever fucking seen in my life. DFE is Ryan Cohen's son from the future, traveled back in time to make us all rich. Cool. Why does GameStop get to use money in their stock? If we had a squeeze, what would they get to use of that? How long would they have to sustain a price to use that money? I mean, they could sell shares during a squeeze. That's how they would capitalize on it. But the company can, the insiders can. So it doesn't benefit any of them individually. Maybe DFU was saying that cat was the real play all along. I'm just saying, if you got a lot of people deciphering your tweets and you continue to tweet when those tweets mean literally nothing, not a good look. Why? It keeps people interested. It keeps people doing exactly what their marketing team wants, which is buying shit from GameStop. It's fucking genius. What if they're using the 1.7 billion that we helped raise to invent a time travel machine? If the stock squeezes because the fundamentals push it high enough, then the amount of exposure they get will benefit their long-term business plan without there being any reason to yell manipulation. Yep. I always told you guys that all the greatest FUD on GameStop would come from us. No one needed to manipulate that. It would come from within the community. I hate how stupid your fucking inference is, Monster Buddy 23. You have no facts or proof or anything. And there's no fucking evidence that DRS in amounts less than the float will have any effect. I gotta take this phone call. All right. SS Mods telling people not to downvote people spamming shit on my posts. That would be vote manipulation. If you disagree with something, you should be able to downvote it, right? Of course they are. Well, you're correct that the FUD does come from inside the community. Don't forget the possibility that hedge fund strategists could likely be among us fomenting it. Sure. The Charid mod is claiming you didn't offer to remove the links off site, that you were specifically asked to remove them. Really? That's very interesting. Hold on. Is that the full context? There's more. I don't feel comfortable sharing the rest of the conversation unless this is going to continue. In which case, sure. As the moderator in question is not Braddock. And my conversation was with Braddock. I don't care. Yeah, like Book of MOASS and stuff like that. Like I don't want to get rid of those links because I'm constantly referring people to them. Drama is Girk won't DRS his 2 shares. Never. My Reddit profile is linked at the top of chat, KO. I like how shills are trying to divert people from Super Stonk. I'm betting something big will happen soon. Probably. He's just degrading an idea that isn't his. I'm not degrading an idea that isn't mine. DRS isn't anybody's idea. It's just a fucking transfer agent. It's been a functional part of the marketplace for years. It's just not effective. Thank you, Brandon Dale. I know. It's about both sides talking in absolutes and getting all emotional. Extreme DRS people who try to force others, and anti DRS people who laugh and generalize them. Most are in the middle. I agree. Of course, Koala is back. I was the first one to find DRS back in April. I got called a shill. Blame me. This is all your fault, turd. How could you do this to me now? 8 months later. What's wrong with what Monster said about DFA? It's an assumption based on an incomplete set of nothing. That's because Podrig, I think that's how it's pronounced. That's because DRS has and always will be a solution to a prisoner's dilemma. If you get everybody to hold in the same place as you and do the same thing as you, then you don't have to worry about the other possibilities, right? Bring up the. It's not owned by BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon has a large stakeholding in CS, but not a majority ownership. No individual entity has a majority ownership of computer share. My Christmas, my dude, DJ Datrix. Hope your BlackRock Christmas bonus goes to buying AMC when it reaches its demand zone. Thank you so much, DJ. There's a Dillionaires subreddit, I think. I don't know. I don't moderate it or visit it very often, but it exists. A lot of people didn't DRS thinking it was going to force a squeeze, but a lot of them did. A lot of them think that by DRSing, you're ensuring that lenders aren't lending your shares, which you are. That's accurate. The problem is that no one wants your fucking shares. They can just make them. That we have proof of. So sure, it may bolster illiquidity, but in and of itself is not a catalyst. It's all good, man. Can you elaborate on the prisoner's dilemma take? So much of Super Stock's motivation since the beginning of all of this has been to make sure that everyone is holding, and then it was to make sure that, everyone was DRSing. It's never changed. It's panic, right? It's people not understanding what's going on and attempting to define it within a rational space, and to know that their investment is just as safe as the other participants' investments. And, the fear of everyone selling early, so they started with the sell on the way down, which is fucking stupid because no one's buying on the way down, right? Then it was, buy through IEX, which has no fucking liquidity and has issues filling buy orders. Then it was, DRS your shares. And, that really doesn't do anything either because, as many people in DRS have pointed out, people can sell out of DRS too. But most people know it'll be harder. So it'll be harder to sell, which will guarantee a bigger squeeze and life-changing money for those with fewer shares. But all of it has been in an attempt to try to control what other shareholders are doing. I've talked about this so many times in the past and so many times before DRS even became a thing. It doesn't matter if the market's on the verge of collapse. Capital markets are always on the verge of collapse, and then they recover. I don't want to end the drama. I want people to know about the facts. That's why I started doing this. Fucking Russian bots. They don't even need to short them. They just sell the shares from they make shares and then they sell them. Do you do high strike weekly options because the cost is so low and if it hits the ROI would be massive? Yeah. New to options, so trying to understand the logic. Loss over time made up for by large gains in short periods. Double down is a catalyst. Otherwise, they wouldn't give a shit who DRS'd, and they wouldn't try to get other people to do it. Check your Reddit inbox. Yeah, that's another thing. Everyone wants to prove that we own the float. I'm not going to ban you for having a different view than me. That doesn't validate your comments, though. The proof of ownership also removes the fig leaf of legitimacy from the shorts and market makers. That's the presumption that they're doing something illegal, which they're not. Everything they're doing, short of turning off the buy button in January, which probably was illegal. Hard to prove in court, but probably illegal. Short of that moment, everything else being done to this stock currently, legal. Skirting the edge of loopholes and, riding the line a razor's edge between what is legal and what is not, is still legal. You know what else is legal? Investing in a stock that you know has a large short interest. Doesn't DRS make sense if you're trying to prove that retail owns the float? Who gives a shit? Why do we need to prove that? What does that do? Does that stop them from making synthetics and ETFs? No. Does it give us some sort of confirmation of our power to buy the float of a company? $13 billion or $11 billion market cap divided among 700,000 people isn't even that much fucking money. It's really not even an assumption that needs to be proven because no one gives a shit. Do you think that by knowing that the entire float of the company is locked, people are going to be like, oh shit, I better buy some of that? Let me grab some synthetics from the market real quick. No. Other bullshit things. GameStop cannot recall their own shares. Only the shareholders can do that. There's institutional ownership in GameStop. Are they registering their shares? Ryan Cohen's fucking shares aren't even registered to DRS. They're registered to his holding company. Because the disinformation surrounding it has really just reached kind of a peak. The last time Koala Hugger came on here, I read him the exact SEC report that proves they don't care about your shares. They don't need them. They don't need them to do anything. They can synthetically short the stock all fucking day without ever touching a single one of your shares. Why would they borrow them and indebt themselves to the lenders if they can just go get the shares from somewhere else? Go ahead and name something, Koala Hugger. Is it illegal to hit your wife with a bedpost? Probably, but it has nothing to do with the stock market. Did he go to jail for it? Lawyers to ensure y'all are sounding like mega shills. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you for enlightening me. I appreciate it. I never would have known otherwise. It's 2050. Still watching your stream. Got my SS check ready for some weeklies. Thanks, Double Down. Leaving early today. Happy holidays to you, Girk, and all your watchers and listeners, but not the Dans. They get nothing. See you next week. See you, Sick Parvis. Have a good holiday, man. Sure. I do agree with that, Fronium. I do agree that DRS is an aggregate good thing. It's absolutely fine. It has a real effect. but its effect is minimal and it is not a catalyst. I'm not going to back down from that point because it's true. It would just fan the flames and it wouldn't change any minds. Tell me right now that there is not a short position on GameStop. There's a massive short position on GameStop. But that's not illegal. They can short the fucking stock as much as is available for them to short. They can report short interest up to 140% for a reason. Member stream this weekend? Sure. Maybe not. Might be. I'll announce it in the Discord. I'm not sure if I can that day. Hope you have a great time away from the chaos. You're loved. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you, Tay. I appreciate it. If the market is under the assumption that GameStop shorts are closed, no, GameStop shorts are just unreported, not closed. Everything being done is legal. It's illegal to make a creation basket in an ETF and sell those shares. It's legal for market makers to create liquidity. You know what else it's legal for all of them to not report fucking any of that. They are exempt from reg show reporting. It should be illegal for them to sell shares and not and then FTD them. But it isn't. Could we affect that change? Could we make that illegal by speaking up? Yes. Should we? Yes. It's fucked up. I mean, the stock's trading sideways. It's not like I have anything else to talk about. The combination of buy, hold, DRS, and options can act as a catalyst, as it did, last January. If the pressure mounts and their constant synthetic shorting of the stock creates more FTDs than they can handle and push through the CNS system, then yes, we can see an FTD squeeze, and that could lead to a larger squeeze. We always knew the panic and FUD would come. Nothing wrong with expressing those fears and trying to find answers. We huddle together. Some of us also want to leverage and have loved learning how trading works. Thanks to Gherk for continuing to speak. Hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. You're actively trying to be silenced. Yeah, I'm not so much about that. Yeah, I've done the same thing on Super Stonk for 8 fucking months. Uh, I've bought and held. Uh, I'm bullish on the stock. Um, I am not any less of a GME shareholder or a participant in the community because I have not DRS'd my shares. Spy likes your rant. Keep it up. Thanks, Joseph Johnson. Citadel, the market maker, has exemptions in every market they make. They're exempt from reg show reporting. They only have to report to the SROs. The SROs don't have to report that information to the public. I think you can Freedom of Information Act it, maybe, but it'd be hard. Much like the CFTC just stopped reporting futures. They're like, we're just not going to tell anybody anymore. Have you sold your Feb calls yet to rebuy in a few weeks? No, I'm not going to sell my February position until like mid-January, probably. None of the regulators care about FTDs as long as they can come up with the collateral. That's right. So should short interest this time be higher than January? It's possible. You get nowhere with me because you're not backing up any of your statements with fact, Koala Hugger. You don't have a single piece of evidence to back up the things you're saying. Are you going to tell me to go read the DRSDD? I've read it. I know how it works. Thank you, Double Down. That's pretty funny. You know when DRS will matter the most? DRS will matter the most when they've burned the ETFs, as they've been doing the last few weeks, when they've burned them all, and they need to borrow real shares of GameStop because there will be fewer available. So there comes a time and place where DRS will matter. In those moments when the price is running and share availability is low, or our volume exceeds what is available through ETFs in a day, then DRS will matter. But at that point, we're already on our way. Do I believe it's a hedgy move? I don't know. I don't see a way they could take advantage of it. The only way I could see hedge funds taking advantage of DRS would be in an effort to get GameStop delisted. But I don't see how that would be possible. Because even if we locked even if everyone locked up, you know, the 61.44 million shares or whatever required, 61.66 million shares required to get GameStop removed from the NYSE and delisted. GameStop could just release 1 million more shares, and so that wouldn't do anything, right? With all the extra attacks right now, it could be a good time to unveil something. Like if you just recently got a creamy, delicious sponsor. DRS zealots have refuted 0 statements that Gherk has made thus far. That speaks volumes. Qual is just mad you won't go anywhere with him. Yes. What are you doing with those $7 IRNT calls? Fuck all. IRNT is not doing any of the things I wanted it to do this week. But they were $5 each, so I thought I'd test a theory. I maybe should have bought them for further out. I might still. I might buy them for January. Stop calling me. Or Feb? Or April? Maybe I'll pick up some April IRNT calls. It's been on the reg shit threshold list a long time. Eventually those FTDs are going to come due. Do you know when the next short interest report comes out? 31st, right? According to Ortex, they tapped about 5 million real borrows to short during the downturn the past few weeks. Yeah, there's been some real borrowing. Okay, clarifications to the max here. If the SEC found out that Citadel never closed, is colluding, just like in the report that you addressed, only on bias and not on DRS, then yes, it's illegal. Why is it illegal if Citadel didn't close their short position? You're allowed to have synthetic shorts. That's why they're allowed to be made. A judge? Kirk, why won't you comply? Is XRT running because they can't short it? Actually, they can still short it, I think, for what, T plus 7 more days? Do you think some of the counterparties might rethink their position as a result of seeing half of the float locked up by retail? You don't you don't think some of the counterparties might reverse their position when they start seeing all of the GME ETFs getting burned? Like if it's a question of if institutions are going to cannibalize, like there's plenty of signals there for them to do so. What happens to our Feb calls when Jimmy gets delisted? Jimmy's not getting delisted anytime soon. That's not something anyone needs to worry about right now. Any thoughts on booking beneficial shares in computer share? According to Paul Kahn from CS, stocks purchased via direct stock plan aren't truly DRS. I mean, I think booking them removes them from the float, but I'm not positive. I have to look into it more. I mean, we're what, 3 months, 4 months into the DRS thing now, and everyone just found out that they weren't actually DRSing their shares. Nancy Pelosi trading based off insider information is not illegal either. It's true. It's super fucking immoral and unethical, but, well, unethical. It should be illegal. Spy breaking out. Looks like it. Yeah. It really needs to break that resistance at like 172.50 or 472.50 though. This just continues to consolidate. Now it's moving to the downside. It's just a pennant now. Thank you for putting up with the extra smooth emotional dogpiling today and providing actual useful information. Speaking of useful, I DM'd you some data on HNT production, which should give some insight into its current supply and demand statistics. Huh, interesting. I'll check that out, Cool Daddy. Thank you. Crime equals risk. It's really simple. And you may have individual bad actors that commit crimes, in order to profit personally, within these firms, but it's not wide scale. They are risk adverse by nature, and crime is risky. Crime gets rid of your most important thing, which is your investors. Also gives them the right to bail if they believe that you are committing criminal acts with their money or not fulfilling your fiduciary duty to them. They will pull their fucking money out of your fund and destroy you. Lying to Congress would be the easiest way to jail Mayo Boy, probably. But everyone fucking goes and lies to Congress. Have you seen a Mark Zuckerberg fucking congressional meeting or senatorial hearing? Can you compare Webull's April call IV versus IBKR? Seems to be a clear difference on the 180 200 strikes IV on bar chart. Let's see. April. You said April 180 200? 86 88. $85.89 on IBKR. What's bar chart? Purchase 2 shares on CS to cover Gurks 2. DRS crazies can move along now. Eggplants for most. Thank you, Magic. There you go, guys. 2 shares, DRS. Given the similar patterns as 824 and 11.3, wouldn't a move down to 143-ish and to close provide more bias we could see next week? Be the run-up we expected this week? Possible. We generally don't run following a close below max pain. Without even that small amount of weekly gamma exposure to catalyze some sort of movement the following week, we usually don't see a lot of upside if we close below max pain. Not always, but generally speaking. Also, there's just no incentive for them to cover those unless the managers at XRT or something are going to not allow them to fail and recall the shares in the ETF. Then I would imagine that they would just extend their fail out to the maximum amount of time. All transfer shares are book entry. Yeah. She's telling me that the negative beta caused by massive RRP, which has the world economy on the brink of collapse, has nothing to do with Evergrande DRSing Citadel's GME shorts. Illegally, mind you. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Visa VWAP. Merry Christmas to you too, man. Because it's retail leverage, and short hedge funds do not expect to acquire 100 shares. I mean, theoretically speaking, we talked about this earlier today. If you want to buy GameStop, the best way to do it is to buy a deep in the money contract. Or if you want to buy 100 shares, you buy a deep in the money contract and exercise it. Why would you exercise an out of the money call option? What the fuck would the point of that be? Open interest on 121.22 during last January. 122.38, 125. So 121.21 turd. So 122, 3,800, 125, 4,900, 126, 1,308. Can you send me that, please? Book non-book thing was OG DRS DD instructions. It took me time to read the whole thing. Make sure my shares are booked. People don't read. Feb 90 Cs on XRT seem pretty safe with good return. Hypothetically, of course. What's stopping the market makers from just creating synthetic shares from other ETFs containing GME to satisfy all the ETF FTDs due in January? Sure, but they're just going to burn the other side of the ETF market. They have to return shares of GameStop to the ETF. There's not enough to cover the volume. There's not that many shares of GameStop available in ETFs. There's some, but you know, there's a cap there. Like they can't just make infinite every day. They can make infinite, but over a period of time. Myrna dead. Maybe. I don't know. It seems to be following a pretty strong uptrend for the day. I would say if you see it cross 252 before market close, I imagine 250 something's its max pain right now. If it closes above or starts to close above max pain, you may want to look at like next week for some interesting movement. Check your Discord DMs real quick. Ooh. 50-cent strike. Yeah. If anybody had any question about the volatility hedge, that's pretty fun. Yeah, they could just be pushing everything out, hoping for a crash to bolster their margin. Only exercise and buy, exercise, buy, exercise, and buy. So simple, yet some people want to do extra. What? Okay, now you're just starting to sound insane. I don't think people that are inexperienced with options should trade them. They do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. But what the hell does that have to do with me DRSing my shares? What's stopping market makers from creating synthetic shares? I answered that like 4 times, Paris. There is a cap on the amount of shares that they can create through ETFs. Due to our low volume, that cap is sufficient. If AMD successfully completes this double bottom breakout and holds above and 150, actually, shit, if it just holds above 145, yeah, if it can hold above 145, stabilize, and keep running, then that's a breakout. I think the reversal from the bump and run is complete. I think we're seeing that play out now. It looks good. I would say next potential resistance could be as high as the 170s. Yeah, especially if it continues this growth pattern that it's been following since the middle of the year. I'd like to see how fast your orders are executed when you place an order to sell NCS. That dude did a limit order. It took 10 minutes. Okay, hear me out. Qualihugger might be onto something, right? Out of the money contracts. We know these aren't hedged. They're hedged to some extent. They're not fully hedged, but we don't want them to, right? Because that's what generates gamma exposure when they don't hedge properly. So by them driving the stock price up and not hedging properly, that creates gamma exposure. G Money would like to know your thoughts on 401ks doing their matching on the last business day of this year versus normal monthly, quarterly matching. Interesting. I'm not sure what effect that'll have. So they did no matching throughout the entirety of this year? I don't really pay much attention to like investment funds, like long-term like retirement plans and shit. Sorry to keep asking, Girk. What's stopping the market makers from just creating? Jesus Christ! How many times are you gonna ask that? So the limit of synthetics they can create from ETFs is based on the underlying amount of GME in those ETFs. AKA, there's an actual limit. What's the limit time frame? A day. So without something driving volume and volatility, like options, then yes, they can suppress the price basically forever. You need FTDs. So options create FTDs, right? Because A, they don't hedge them properly. And when they're exercised, they have gamma exposure that they have to cover with synthetic shares because the spot market is illiquid. Which means there's no available shares of GameStop to buy at the market. So they create synthetics.
And so if you have options or FTDs driving interest in the stock, then they burn those FTDs very quickly. Or those ETFs, sorry. And once those ETFs run out of shares to borrow in a day, the stock can really run, right? Because then they've lost access to all of their synthetic shorting besides market making. And market making is only through bona fide market making. So they have to buy, in the money puts to drive the price down. But if they have FTDs and options pushing the price up, this strategy isn't effective either. And so you create a scenario where you squeeze them because they have no synthetics available to them to create, which forces them to go look for real shares. And if those shares are held or DRS'd, whatever, they're unavailable, right? So you're creating a demand with options on an illiquid float. But until you can break that barrier, then until that barrier is broken, and the only way retail can effectively break that barrier of volume is through options. Until that barrier is broken, they can short it flat every day. They can manipulate the price as much as they want. So while our illiquidity and our low volume are a good thing, it's a bad thing too. As you see more and more open interest popping up at far dated calls, we're starting to see more and more volume in GameStop. When those calls are closed, volume reduces. Do you think market makers will be able to kick the can past January? We'll see. I think they can keep it up a long time if there's no pressure. If there's pressure, then they can't kick the can much longer. So it'll just depend. How likely do you see hitting 210 by January 7th? Definitely not asking because I'm down 60% on my one call. Jan 7th, it's not great. Jan 7th is really early. That's before even the first FTD date, like the first ETF FTD date. Should we just run and lift tomorrow or go to the gym on Sunday? Go to the gym on Sunday. Take a day off. Relax. If people decide to take a hit on a premium to exercise an out of the money option, wouldn't the impact on MMs be big, as we know they aren't fully hedged? Their shares cannot be synthetic. It's not cost effective. No. I mean, yeah, okay. So, yeah, you're creating a demand on a low delta option by exercising early. Sure, this could have an effect, but the issue here would be that like, yeah, sure, you're creating a demand for 100 shares, but we already know that they don't hedge effectively. So even if you have a high delta option, it's very unlikely that they've hedged fully by the time the price of the stock is run. And one of them costs you nothing to exercise, and the other costs quite a lot of capital. So in those terms, it's much better to let the price of the underlying run and exercise the contracts at a higher value. I sold a 155 CSP that I expect to be in the money I'll buy the 100 shares instead of cash settling. This forces MMs to find and deliver me 100 shares, correct? Buy the 100 shares instead of cash settling. Yes. Yes. Whoever sold you the call, well, they have to buy you 100 shares. Yes. So similar. Oh, you buy 100 shares, actually. I sold a CSP that I expect to be in the money. Yeah, you'll buy 100 shares. So yes, the MM will have to deliver you 100 shares. Sorry, kind of distracted. As a bystander, sentiment around options was super high during the sneeze because everyone wanted to be DFA. Then the AMC dolts were huge into options during their $70 run. Yep. Because retail individually doesn't have a lot of buying power, but leveraged retail has a shitload of buying power. Right? It's retail's buying power, which is significant in large numbers, then multiplied by 100. And the advantage that retail had last January and with AMC on its $70 run is that institutions were also buying at the same time. So institutions were working with retail's call positions to drive the price of the stock up. Now, whether those institutions were short or long, it doesn't fucking matter because they were buying the stock. And that's what puts the pressure on the market makers and the clearinghouses. And so we know they're going to have FTDs in January. We know they have to buy the stock. That's the advantage that options present. I had to take a 20-minute clock in. Hopefully I did not miss anything. I do want to wish you and everyone else here on the Discord of Misfit Toys the merriest of holidays. Santa's elves are building a bigger and better MOASS printer. Go Burr. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Seacraft. I appreciate that, man. You shouldn't take Plockins for that long. You're going to get hemorrhoids. Cat trying for an intraday high. Dope. Have you talked about incentive for institutions to want to take down Citadel and Friends? So wouldn't JPM and Goldman buy the options in January needed to corner the short hedge funds? They have been. JP Morgan just moved into a long, like bullish as fuck long position on GameStop. ETF FTD dates. So it's interesting. It's up until June. Most of our shorts were through GameStop. They were still borrowing and FTDing on actual GameStop shares. ETF FTDs for ETFs containing GameStop were pretty low throughout the middle part of the year. We actually didn't see a big spike in ETF FTDs until September. Once the ETF FTDs started rolling in, then yeah, we saw days like November 3rd. We do have some evidence of ETF FTDs in the past, but it's not as significant. There was a run in January from ETF FTDs that occurred, I believe it was on January 13th of last year. And then ETF FTDs, let's see. Very low through that period. There was November 3rd, January 13th, October 2020, October 8th, 2020 was an ETF FTD date. But ETF FTDs, even going into January's run last year, were lower than they are now. Will we ever get more information disclosed on the JPM Morgan's position? No, probably not. Yeah, AMC is trading above its price that it was at in January because at the peak of its price in January, they tripled or doubled their float size. That's why the price of AMC went down in January. And then Citadel flipped their position, which ran it up to $70 back in, was it late June? Is there any way to see when they bought in? Nope. 13Fs only tell you what they want you to know. No, we're not going to go off the rails on a chiropractic conversation again. Everything pumped but GME because everything else is liquid, right? So everything else had gamma exposure and ran, and the T+2 was covered, but not GameStop because there's no shares. So they just fail. They just FTD everything. They'll FTD the other stocks too, but not in such great quantities. Do you mark to market for taxes? I don't do my taxes. I have an accountant. Do you have any calls for today that you haven't rolled yet? Yeah, I burned my 180s. Well, pretty much. The gamer ETF, maybe? I got around 10K to play around with. Not financial advice. But what is a relatively safe call to mess with the hedgies? You want to look for plenty of time and decent delta. I have no idea who the fuck Charlie Gasparino is. Isn't he some like AMC guy? He's a Fox Business News correspondent. So actual paid shill. Liquidity requirements to remain in the NYSE. Like Jimmy has to trade like sub 50,000 volume a day for 12 months. DEA got that dope. Or it's market available assets on market or below $40 million, or less than 1 million shares available in the public float. I find it interesting that you trade spotting in yourself have far lower viewers subs than other YouTubers. Yet all the knowledge is with yours. I don't have all the knowledge. I'm sure Jamie doesn't either. I mean, most days my channel is like shadow banned. If I post videos that say anything about short interest, like people have to search specifically for me to even find them. Christmas pickle drawing? Maybe. A little later. Let me finish my sandwich. I didn't eat yesterday at all. So this is like my first meal in 2 days. It's weird how your YouTube account doesn't have any videos in the home. You have to go to the videos tab and look through stuff from recent to old. That's weird. XRT just updated 567% short interest. Beautiful. What kind of sandwich? Just ham, I think. Discord has become so shilly. How so? If there was some covering Monday, Tuesday, what would be the best safe strikes that could capture that exposure best while still minimizing risk? You could just buy like a far out contract near the money, right? And then if nothing happens, you can sell it. And the only cost is like a little bit of theta, as long as the stock doesn't reverse and keep going down. Any chance GameStop sells shares when we start to pop and capitalize and damage the squeeze? It's possible. Unlikely. I don't think Ryan Cohen has any current interest in diluting his shareholding. XRT has been regularly shorted 200 to 600% for over a decade. At this point, everybody in XRT is just complicit. AMC Gang says C-Suite can't sell during a squeeze as they might get sued. They can release shares. They can't sell their own personal stock unless they already have a standing order. So if they already have, if they've already filed to sell shares as an insider, they have to give notice. If that notice is given, then they can sell. Thank you, Smock Socks. Merry Christmas. Favorite Kool-Aid flavor? Cherry. Definitely cherry. We did bring up the 567% short interest on XRT. ETF should be banned. The trail of what's going on gets darker, and it's the reason they have survived this long. Yeah. Just go to Google and type XRT short interest. I'm sure you can find something. Is that 567% real? I haven't checked it, but probably. XRT is known to have ridiculous short positions all the time. ETFs have no float. I only found your channel recently when I decided to sell my AMC. You and the gang here are the main reason I'm 100% GME now. Cool, man. I don't know if GME's weighted enough to XRT to carry it up. You would want to look for, if you're trying to track GME's price movement through an ETF, you want to find an ETF probably that rebalances daily, and one where GME is very heavily weighted. Not necessarily a lot of shares, but a large percentage of the total holdings. Talk to me. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Danielle Peralt. Queen of the Dans? Danielle Peralt? Where have you been hiding? Thank you so much. Black olives on pizza? Just by themselves? No. Been watching since you started. Appreciate you very much. Please keep up the great work and being yourself. Sorry I'm a lurker. Sad face. Chris, thank you so much, man. Holy shit, dude. I appreciate that. Don't be a lurker. Reach out. Talk to people. It's a friendly place most of the time. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Happy holidays. Grape Gang. If I'm drinking a grape flavored beverage, it's going to be Welch's grape soda. With the unlimited power of Hedges shorts, would you say that it's up to Ryan and the board to release the Kraken, or nothing might happen? No, I think retail is just as capable of running the stock now as they were last year, maybe even more so. The debt is my concern about AMC. It's always looming there, isn't it? It's pretty significant. My concern with AMC in the immediate sense, if I was a shareholder, would be COVID. If people are moving towards more lockdowns, the damage to them would be insurmountable. 567% none your business is what I heard. Someone who lurks 90% of the time, I must say, being an active shitlord has really added joy to my life. Thank you, Huge Steve. It's always appreciated. I might be misinterpreting the line. I would reassess my theory at this point, if not 4 on your DD. Does this mean that you're still firm on your jam feb squeeze DD? That's correct. Yo-yo update. What's it looking like? Tired Dan's, thank you so much. Shaban, I hope this is enough for a New York City espresso. Happy Festivus. Thank you so much, Shaban. It definitely is more than enough for a New York City espresso. Coffee's still basically cheap. I appreciate that. Happy Festivus to you too. FTXD had a 1,356% increase in short interest. Perfectly normal market mechanics. Nothing to see there. Do you recall the ticker for the most recent ETF on the threshold list? I believe it was the MSCI mid cap 100 or something like that. It was one of the MSCI ETFs. It doesn't have a lot of GME in it, but it has some. Here's something that should be bullish as fuck. 3 ETFs added to the Reg Show threshold list. Out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of exchange traded funds, do you know the odds of that? Without fuckery afoot involving our favorite stock? Let's try this again. Can you fit your fist in your mouth? No, I can't. Tired dance. I'm sorry. Velvet Jupiter, you didn't read it before, but don't pretend that Jimmy's price and the day you down feces aren't correlated. You Persian beauty. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Velvet Jupiter. Robert Dole, because there's no persistent way to clear FTDs without sufficient volume. What you were describing is the exact process that has occurred all this year and is now reaching an apex.
I keep getting distracted by Girk's dummy thickness. Dumby. What's Dumby? What do you personally think of the fair value of Jimmy without any shorts to begin with? Thanks for all you do and have a happy holiday. Merry Christmas. Somewhere between where we're trading now and like 225. Like, look at the big at the money offering cost points. That's where institutions value it. You, Braddock Flintmore, just posted your fuller conversation on the SS post, which you weren't comfortable sharing. Okay. I didn't want to do that, without speaking to him first. Check your DMs. Happy Toyotathon. Ah, amazing. I mean, I can't just use that for any stream. Thank you. Yeah, that's probably necessary. How did you get a different angle on it? That's what I'm most impressed with. Are you spying on me? When's the new holiday tune? As soon as I want to demonetize the stream, I'd imagine. Can XRT short interest go and did spike last year? It's a good question. I should look at XRT short interest last year. Probably. Can I slip you some delicious oysters next week for New Year's? No, thank you. It should increase ownership in the ETF. I'm so sick of all. We're a Toyotathon household through and through, and ain't nobody gonna stop me saying it. Okay. Doesn't this price action look sketchy? Covering shorting? No, it looks pretty much like covering and shorting. Have you lived in any states besides New York? Yes, a lot of them. How do the states compare? They're all kind of the same.
So FTD hit metrics on sufficient volume, e.g. T plus 69 DD. Isn't this good for them to settle at 130 to 150 versus 200, e.g. 11 to 18 trade price being within T plus 35? Yeah, it's beneficial for them to net the arbitrage from the sale. But it still creates buy pressure in GameStop, which is still illiquid. So they net off what they can with CNS, but the rest they need buy pressure for. They need to match those sells. If I understand Yelia correctly, that means more people closed out of options than we would have liked during the drop, and our options were closer dated than we thought. There was a lot of open interest for quad witching. But I think just like last year, they slammed the price in response to the Delta sensitivity, and that just created FTDs. I think we're seeing the exact same things play out on multiple data sets through multiple different DDs. And it's the correlations are numerous, all of which are indicating that we're moving towards a similar situation as last January, and probably with just a lot less open interest. But we have a lot more illiquidity, so maybe that will benefit us in the long run. Sorry if I missed your are you sure you can't get it in there? When's the last time you tried? Maybe it should be right now. I'm not putting my fist in my mouth. It's not happening. That sounds painful. Also, it's probably weird and sexual. And this is a stock stream. Stop trying to sexualize me. I'm not a pickle. If Kirk had a P.O. box, I would send him a kiss. Been to London before. Lived there when I was little. For a couple years. The only thing that keeps me alive is knowing that this will be my last bad Christmas ever. That's holding on to a slim reason there. Is your entire life just about Christmas? Do you want to reach out and talk? There's more to life than Christmas, Sean and on. When do all these new FTDs come into play? After they fail? How will the lack of movement this week affect the FTD report for this period? I don't know. We won't get it until January 15th. We shouldn't have a lot of FTDs right now. They're not doing anything with the stock, right? Could you elaborate on your hypothesis that we might be currently in the beginning of a short squeeze right now? Yes, in a DD that I will write. As so, the FTD have to be matched with buy-in, roughly T plus 35 plus 9 plus change. T plus 9 plus 35, C. Let's pick a standard format for that, if we can. Let's just say, because they never settle within a shorter time window on these. Or so ETF, or sorry, 9 mm. Welcome back, DV. Can you lick your elbow? No. Bit late for that one, Pops. Which one? How does FTD need smarts in your DD for ETFs and shares mean forced buy-ins? Yes. For all FTDs that cannot be net settled, there are forced buy-ins. I like how Yo-Yo Space says she thinks something will move on or about Jan 10th, which lines up with your theory. Cool. One-legged hookers and hot pockets are not enough for my life. Okay. GDS volume spike on the 1 minute. Cool. All right, I know we over sexualize the stream as it is, but something about chanting fist, fist, fist at Gherkin feels like it crosses a line somewhere. I agree. Possible DD. No, DD. Gherk, DFE, RC. Oh, wow. Life pooping? Thank you, autistic Pokemon. I'm glad you rate me so highly. I'm not Persian. Is Citadel the MM, the HF, or an AP? All of them. All of the above. EMA 420. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. The slow FTD buying before first buying better than for the short hedge fund in the last minute. Yeah. Unrelated, but if Gert ever took off the hat and revealed that he was bald, I would sell every share of stock I own for capitalism. Full head of hair, dude.
Just some pickles.
Lots of hair.
Not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Why does everyone think I'm bald? Bald with a beard?
Not a cult.
That's almost as bad as being fat and bald. Imagine being both. Those of us that were around pre-perm know better. How do I find the Discord? There's a link down below in the description, EMA 420. Where the fuck are all my moderators? Is it just me or have I not seen a single moderator today? I'm gonna have to mod somebody. Who do I mod? They're hungover. I see Trash Dan throwing up his wrenches. Mod a lurker. I thought Visceral shows up. What's up, Visceral? I know your alert didn't go off. Or do you have an alert that says when I'm modding people? Let the airing of grievances begin. Thank you, Nostradamus.
I wonder if they make more on variance swap or price drop. Variance swaps, probably. I'm a member here. Lose money a lot. Not a Dan. That is true. Username McUserface. You are not a Dan. That's an important qualification for becoming a moderator. Hey, Steve. Is it Long Johnson? Do I have access to Pickles picks? I can't find them anywhere. Is it on YouTube? The Discord? Thanks. No, they're only available in the Billionaire Country Club. Pickles picks are paywalled. I mean, except for when I immediately talk about them Monday morning when I'm buying in. But the rest of the time, paywalled. Why would I mod Koala Windmill? Ecstasy is here all day, every day. And you know what? We need more diversity in the mod team. This is a perfect choice. Boom. Carl's already a goddamn mod. Matt Dimmick, thank you for coming to Billionaire. I appreciate it, man. I hope we pick up DFE before the end of the day. Moonwind, I know you're here all day, every day, but that's because nobody will hire you to do anything else. I'll sign a contract to never sell a CC if you mod me. That might be worth it.
Yo. Let's get it.
Well, all the mods are men besides Han. That's not fair.
No, like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a
Welcome your newest moderator, Ecstasy of GME. Ecstasy, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind, Knight. Now, Ecstasy, your first duty. Well, Zakir's wife's not in here a lot, though. She's very busy taking care of the Zakirlings. I don't think she gets to participate as much as she would like. I mean, Zakir has like 460 children. Ecstasy, now, as your first decision as a moderator, do you want to ban Moonwind? Oh, I love this job. I will admit that the Quant team is a bit of a sausage fest. It wasn't originally, and then there was shady behavior. Ecstasy, you'll be invited to the moderator Discord. I think they'll set you up with everything you need for spamming things.
If you don't want to be a moderator, let me know. I will say, if you're looking for diversity on the mod team, I am both funny and a doc. But you're also a Dan. No degenerate mods. I have no idea how to be a mod. Mostly you have to ban the sex bots, the hot girls and boys bots, and when I say things about DD, post links to it. I think that's all the requirements. And you know, time people out when they ask for it. We at Pickle Finance offer equal employment opportunity. Congrats. Pickle Financial. Lentil burrito. God damn it. I'm a double minority, not a Dan, and a chicken. 2 for 1. Also a tender daddy. So what? There's no special favors to the master. This is not a cult. God fucking damn it. There's an entire song about that.
Yo,
Wait, that's not the whole song. This is the whole song.
yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC.
Can you clarify to the mods that while I am a hot girl and boy, I am not a hot girl and boy bot? I keep getting banned by accident. I'll let them know. Yuya says without volume, we're not going to stay at 200 for long before going back down, and she is aware of the large FTD exposure. I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to her. I probably should. The only thing I've said to her is, can you use your model to look at DDS? I'm not sure if that's happened, but I do want to know.
We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
It can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes.
All mods must rub pickle lotion and dried apricots in the Gherkin every morning. Is Yo-Yo aware of your incorrect understanding of eggplant anatomy? It's completely unrelated. Braddock did respond and show more of the convo. It looks like he did ask first, then you offered later on after talking it over more. But that shared mod was using it out of context to fan flames. Okay. I think there's additional conversation there, but we'll see. Also, Fluffyosa, can you link me to that post so I can look into it after the stream? What happens at 3:20 on a Friday? Nothing? Someone was saying yesterday might be trying to push losses into 22. I thought about this and it might have some legs. Might explain recent can kicking. What are your thoughts? It's very possible, Herba. Yeah, they can offset that possibly for tax purposes. I'm stumped as to what I should do with my Jan 21, 180, 190, 200 calls, all down about 70%. I'd really appreciate any input, NFA, just what you would do. Sorry if I'm not getting back to everyone. I'm going to read up on how to be a mod. Pickles put their pickle. Cardinal of Pickles put their pickle in my pickle jar. New chug to honor the new mod. Ecstasy. Riku. Riku. Thank you, Darth Dan. Make it beautiful. That's all I ask. Was there a specific price range you were hoping for this week? Can't wait to see what happens in January. Yeah, up, not at 150. They want their annual fees. Let it run in January, recover the losses over the next 3 quarters, and then do it again. Crest, welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club immediately after the stream. We do have a new mod, Ecstasy. Ecstasy of GME, our newest mod. It's been a while. They didn't bump the IV too much by knocking the price down. Actually. It's already in Pigeon World chat. I wore a nice sweater for the occasion. Awesome.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult. No.
Thank you, Fluffy.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Burn the monetization? Is that what we're doing again today? How many of my streams are we going to demonetize? I just want to know, like, is it going to be 2 a week? 1 a week? Every other week? I want you guys to know that my YouTube advertising money gets spent entirely on Seamless and DoorDash. So if I demonetize the stream, I might not eat tomorrow. I only have 2 shares of GameStop. I donated in your name to the Human Fund today. I still don't know what that means, Dan for Hire. I assume it means that you had sex with somebody. How much do you make from each stream? No, not 800. Usually nowadays it's somewhere in the range of, like, for ad revenue, it's like between $60 and like $120. It depends. If the stock is running that day, it's more. And those are always the days where I get demonetized. You may lose all your monetization for the next 3 months, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Thanks. Doobie, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon.
I think thinking the gender of the mod, is it all relevant to fairness? Seems like a confused idea. Well, I think having a variety of people, whatever their gender, creates a more fair group. No? Does that not offer more differing opinions? How about from paid comments? I mean, we don't do a lot of like super chats in here. Probably it depends. Some days it's pretty low, some days it's higher. That's also in direct correlation to whether the stock is running or not. A donation to the human fund is the greatest gift you could receive. I feel like he's just saying that he knocked someone up there. Like he's a Dan. I don't trust that it's like an actual donation, right? It's got to be something nasty. Well, I can tell you today. Today, chat revenue is $152.42, minus YouTube's 40%. So right there, 152.42 minus 40%. God damn it, Dan for hire. You're gonna make people call me a shill. Human Fund is from Seinfeld. Oh, I don't watch Seinfeld. 30 minutes to close on those 180s that you guaranteed me to print. Wind Moon. Dude, you're rich. Really? I just, I don't know. I don't think so. I've got 30 Caterpillar calls that are up $10 each. 11. Like how the fuck? There's no comparison. Let's demonetize every day. All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's welcome ecstasy with the song a moderator deserves.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Pores, just shut up and listen.
It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chairs and hay pores. It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chairs and hay pores. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Just stop being so bold.
You heard the song, Stop Being Poor.
All right. Praising intensifies. You demonetized it? Yeah. If I play the Pigeon Well song, it demonetizes the stream. Can you not just turn your channel into an 18 plus channel, or is this just a Twitch thing? Think you won't get demonetized so often it's 18 plus content, or do you get mostly out of copyright? It's copyright. Did November 26 weeklies print? I mean, they did when the stock ran. How is Visceral not a mod? I don't know. Probably because he asked. I had to think about it, and Ecstasy has never asked to be a moderator. And so far, my rule of thumb of picking only moderators who haven't asked to be moderators has worked out well. I have a fantastic moderation team. Did you get demonetized because you haven't paid Darth Dan for the rights? I remember in Feb, Jamie jumped from 40 to 190 after hours. What are the chances that can happen again? Slim. Carl asked like 2,000 times. Carl was a different story. Can you make a master mod that mods the mods? Interesting. Carl, I had to mod because he almost became a Dan, and the danger was too great. Pickle in my jar. Craig for mod. Where is he? Is he back? Yeah, I saved Carl's life. Are you getting far dated in the money puts come in, did we? I haven't looked at too many of the options contracts coming in today. Let me check. Let's see. A few 230s, it looks like, were sold. January 21, 230 puts sold, $800,000 worth. December 31st, 195 puts purchased. Nope, sold also. Bullish bet. Also sold. Also sold. Interesting. Those were sold as well. No, not a lot of bearish put contracts today. Mostly bullish. What happened with the Ko-Fi? Who is natty now? Happy holidays to my favorite Harry Pickle. Take this and get a box of candy canes and get as festive as you want. I'm just gonna buy one very thick candy cane. Like one of those like rod shaped ones. I never understood the point of those as a child. They're like, you can't eat them because there's too much there. So you're supposed to like save them for later. It didn't come out wrong. I said it exactly how I meant to. Is YouTube essentially your mod? Interesting.
Dude Tente back in the Discord. I wanted to talk to you about current thesis. Isn't he banned? How did he get back in? I banned him. He's annoying. Ban him again. Someone go ban him. Power Hour song? Sure.
5, 4, 3.
Merry Christmas, Kirk. I hope you have a great Christmas. I hope you two do. You two do. You do too, Dave. Thank you so much. I hope you did. You get the cheese I sent you? I wanted you to try it. I gotta head out early. Hope you have a great holiday. Thanks for being awesome. Thank you, Dismaster. I appreciate it. Didn't you hear Carl signed Visceral Records to be his mod? Careful, you may lose out on those bangers. Just saying, when you got the talent around. Interesting, Pickle Morty. Interesting take. Are out of the money puts support and out of the money calls resistance? They can be, yeah. Pi-Fi has such thick calves. He wears Christmas stockings as socks. Is Christmas Eve on the 24th or 25th? 24th. Tomorrow. I did get the cheese. It really brought together my bull mayo and pickle charcuterie board. Paired well with the bull salami, especially. Excellent. I saw mommy giving Santa Claus a push pop. Okay. You may need your own thick-calved line of Uggs. Interesting. Is Carl unmodded? No. I know you've been fighting for that for a long time. Curious Still will not be banned. Santa Claus put their pickle in my jar. Merry Christmas. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you and everyone in this community, even the trolls. It's been a fun time holding with all of you. Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy and Curious Still Dan. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Happy holidays to the both of you. I'm disappointed you forgot who made this stream card. I grabbed it from a post Fluffiosa made, but I thought she said it was... Was it you? Was it you, Kool-Aid Disciple? I'm sorry. Thank you, Kool-Aid Disciple, for the beautiful stream card. Thanks, Rockin' Rando. Pulled up my cat calls over the weekend. I kind of want to. Maybe I shouldn't. Like, the profits are sweet, and it's nearing that point where it always gets rejected. But I have so much hope. You guys know what the upside on this looks like, right? It's absurd. It's just all of this. No, I'll never stop calling cats. I'm going to hold them. I'm feeling particularly bullish today. I never got a cat, Matt, with two T's. Should I sell my 200C weeklies now in case we halt into close? I mean, you have 3 minutes. Could you look at CHGG? Chag? Why do I hate the name of that so much? Whoa. What did they do? It might be entering some accumulation. The bounce is nice. Not fully confirmed, but nice. There's some upside there. Or look at 33 as the next resistance. Pie, I hope you to have a Christmas, a good and a happy Festivus for the rest of us. All I want for Christmas is MOASS for all of us. Thank you so much, Tanksimus. I appreciate that. AMC's a dud? No, not that one. YouTube really didn't like that one. Do I exercise my weekly calls now? They're for $500. I thought you were adopting a cat. What happened? I haven't had a chance. I wanted to go view them, get to know them, play with them a bit, see which one I liked. I've been busy. Can you look at Soba and explain what is going on with the price movements like that? It looks like a Soba. It's just like some garbage fucking NFT stock. Sounds like a garbage NFT stock. Is this hot girls and boys apps? Hotab.net. This is like the dollar store of stocks you've got going on here. What do you want me to say about this? Is this a technical formation? No. You're already demonetized today, though. It's different between getting copyright like pulled and like getting a strike. Do you want to create a scenario where he digs in harder? Visceral, we still love you, and your songs are amazing and have brought this community together in untold ways. But so has Ben. And now formerly known as Terran for Hire. The Dan formerly known as Terran for Hire. What did you say about my mom? I don't know what you're talking about. There's so many versions. I'm aware. I fought it. Once I fight it, I might be able to play it again. Which might be too late. Maybe I should play it one more time. Spy ripping? I told you guys. Only ups. Beautiful, beautiful ups. Would you say your calves are your girthiest body part when scale is factored in? Seriously, have an amazing weekend and take a week off from the members only stream unless you wear shorts. They're not. But thank you for asking, Buppy. I'm not salty about no mod. Okay, but I still want to thank you for your contributions. Now you're demonetized. Can you play in sync? Goddamn. You know what, Average Joe? If I can find it. Which one is it? Son of a bitch. Oh, it's this one. Right? No, it's this one. You've sent me so many. Okay. We're going to play it. Wait, hold on.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
That is market open tomorrow. More. Oh my god, you're so right. Options in the way. Thanks for igniting MOASS. Thanks for being a prick, you impatient fuck. I see the threes. Any significance? April call Ivy jumping 30% from 80ish. You checked earlier. Probably. Yeah. There's some significance in that. Nice Lambo. Thank you. That was terrifying. Ooh. Interesting. Is our all-day downtrend coming to an end? It is. We're not even at the point of ignition for MOASS, though. Merry Cathmas at Pi-Fi. Thank you, JC. I appreciate it. Down to 10 minutes now for these 180s. Starting to think you lied to me. Or maybe this is a test and I should average down even harder. I'm on to you, Pickle Man. Just tuning in now. Your thumbnail for today's show is disturbing. Well done, sir. Thank you, Anthony W. Limbo, Lambo, same thing. My great grand was watching the stream. I told her that she gets to her firsthand her return on investment for paying my way through 18 months of audio engineering school at ITT Tech. Oh, she will. Are you saying you want me to give your grandma the goods? You know what I never got? The rest of the Christmas poem that I was promised? You think Kenny gets his stocking filled with mayo? I do. Holding Katsu under calls with you. Awesome, Lawrence. Shame. Guybrush for MOASS. It's not MOASS today. JC. I thought you read the full Christmas poem yesterday. Is there a longer one? There was supposed to be more coming. If there isn't, I'll read the rest. I'll read it again today. Read it and clip it. I'm gonna do an ASMR reading. Merry Xmas to all and have a Pi-Fi good night. Here's a little bit so you can afford to eat post stream. Thank you so much, Sailmaker. Please don't. I'm going to. Is it possible that JPM shares were purchased for the sole purpose allowing Citadel to borrow for shorting? It is possible. That's why I call you dollar store stack Jesus. You're only right 40% of the time. And you've been wrong 100% of the time. Fuck you, dude Entente. Fuck you. I hate that guy. Will you be streaming your eggplant parm dinner on Axosaurus? No, that's my private time. While looking directly into the camera? Just for trash Dan? I felt that. Spy rug pull? Where is it? Ooh. But they rolled all their puts out. Why would they pull the rug? Is it possible the meme ETFs were made to provide more ability to short? It's possible. Calling it out. Market's going to be flat tomorrow. You're not wrong. If I cut the egg, will you play it when the stock goes down? That sounds fucking awesome. Guys, don't forget to stay for the song and exit strategy for Christmas weekend. Ecstasy, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you too. Our newest mod, Ecstasy of Jimmy. Thank you so much, Ecstasy. Merry Christmas to you too. Now I know how to get modded. How's that? Sorry if you already went over this. I'm just catching the end of the stream. Can you please go over the premise that MOASS already started? Overview, not too much detail. I will in a DD over the weekend. Stefan. $50 donations incoming. Don't have to do that, guys. It's fine. Save the money. Have a Merry Christmas. Market is closed. Ding, ding. Big short. All right. So, this was the night before MOASS, and all through the chat, not a pickle was stirring, because we traded flat. The far-dated calls had been purchased with care, in hopes that the hedge funds would weep in despair. The Daniels were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of dollar signs danced in their heads. And Gherkin, his snapback with Carl in his lap, had just settled his brain for a long winter's nap. When up on the chart there arose such a clatter, Gherk sprang from his chair to see what was the matter. Away to his PC he flew like a flash, clicked straight through to WeBull, and opened the dash. A high-volume candle had started to grow. Gherk's tan Persian face was awash with green glow. Thank you all so much for joining us on this lovely Christmas. Happy holidays and Merry Festivus and all the other ones. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy your weekend with your families. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny baby just slips and fails under the tree for me. Been a shitty trader, Kenny baby, so hurry to your jail cell tonight. Kenny baby, some 5-10 calls because I am a degen.
That means degenerate.
I just can't simply stop. Kenny baby, so hurry to your jail cell tonight. 5-10 calls all the way. Think of all the cash I've missed. Think of all the morons that I got to enlist. Next year I can say I'll do the same, unless you squeeze my favorite play.
It's GameStop.
Kenny baby, I want a lot, and really it is a lot. Been a degen all year, Kenny baby, so hurry to your jail cell tonight. Kenny honey, some really big things I need. My shares and my fucking money. Kenny baby, so hurry to your jail cell tonight.
That'd be a Christmas miracle.
Kenny cutie, fill my stockings with the respects and checks of your funds investors. Kenny cutie, so hurry to your jail cell tonight. Come and trim your foolish hedge with some freshly printed money from the Fed.
Thanks, Jay Powell.
I really don't believe in you. Let's see how long until you're pegged.
Pegging.
Kenny baby, forgot to mention one little thing. A ring from your favorite lady. Kenny baby, Margin is calling tonight.
At least I sure fucking hope so.
Margin is calling tonight.
Hopefully sometime soon.
Margin is calling tonight.
Or sometime in the very near future.
Hashtag not a cult.